Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 2 of Chatting with Assorted Content Creator. I did this a little while ago with a friend, Rob Prime Hylian. We're back at it again with another episode. This time, I've got a very special guest, somebody that I've known for literal years who, despite living on other sides of the fucking world, has literally watched me fucking pretty much grow up on the internet, like, to a degree. Does that make you uncomfortable if I say that?
No, that's true. I just didn't think about it.
Yeah. It's literally been so long, dude. Like, and we'll talk about it. It's been like since like 2014, I think was when we met. I was 18. Yeah. It's been a fucking hot minute. I've got Heavy-Eyed on the stream. Mitch, welcome. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm good. I'm tired as fuck, but other than that, I'm doing good. Yeah,
Good.
as I said, 2 Kiwis back to back on the show. Fuck,
True, 2 Kiwi. I didn't even think about that. This is a Kiwi takeover on the Wizawhat channel. What's up with that? Yeah. So, I guess we'll get into it. Like, kind of similar vibes from last time, but obviously, since we know each other, I think, we might just get into some bants and just shoot the shit pretty much. But like kind of how I like structured the last one, I kind of wanted to talk specifically about your experience on YouTube, and because you've been around a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen. Fucking listen. Don't make this into something it isn't. The fucking chat, dude. I'm sorry. Anyways, it's not like I have being old in the fucking stream right now with the kappa, with the hidden kappa behind it. Look, it's fine. I think you're on the other side of the screen. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. But yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about like starting out on YouTube, and one thing that I really wanted to talk about is like how your channel has like evolved over time, because like with Rob, like he was doing YouTube for a long time as well, especially when he was younger, but he had like multiple different channels and like that, or like far gone, like nobody could ever find them. But for you, like you've done Heavy-Eyed for years now, and it was like your first time like making like videos online. Am I correct on that?
Kind of. I had a channel like in like 2006. I had a channel. I used to post AMVs on there.
Wait, how? I didn't even know this. Wait, what? How am I just learning this?
I used to have an AMV channel like in 2006 that I made shitty AMVs on Windows Movie Maker.
No way. Oh my gosh. That's awesome. I'm going to have to find it.
Yeah.
Well, so really when I met you, you weren't Mitchy No Vids. You were Mitchy AMV boy. So let's get into that. Look, my first question. I'm already dropping the fucking memes that people don't know or understand, but we'll get there. So first thing that I wrote up some questions, so we'll start with this. So there's like some semblance of structure to this. My first question was, seeing that we have both been on YouTube for a long time, what were you doing before you started your channel, and what inspired you to start, and what was your original vision? So that's a whole lot of questions, but let's start with what you were doing when you, or before you started your channel, and what like brought you to it.
God. So I saw, like, when you sent me the questions, I was like, oh yeah. I saw that and I was like, fuck. Like, at what point, like, where do I start? Because I kind of realized I was just like, I guess the best answer I can give and then go into it was just to say music.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was just doing music before YouTube for ages. Like, I got into music when I was 15 and started like being in bands and putting on shows and touring.
Mm-hmm.
And I did that until I was 24 when I started the channel. So this is just like what I did for so fucking long.
Yeah.
So I was a tour manager and a band manager directly before YouTube.
Mm-hmm. And if I recall correctly, you had a record label that was like very like well known in New Zealand, right?
No, so the touring company I worked for was very well known.
Okay.
My label, I had like just started to lift off the ground. I was
Okay.
like just starting to get places, and that was called the Heavy Eyed Collective, which is
Yeah.
the name.
The Heavy
Yeah,
Eyed Collective. Fuck yeah.
yeah. So that's just always been the name I've used since I was like 20, I think. So like 11 years.
Mm-hmm. So like so you were doing music and so and obviously like you're doing games stuff on YouTube. So like what led to making video game content?
It was what I watched like in my downtime because if you work in an industry, you fucking hate that industry and don't want to like interact with it at all.
True. So true.
So I was just like, I just found gaming essays on YouTube, and like I don't know when did Sequelitis come out? Whenever that came out, that was my first one.
Oh god, yeah. That was
Yeah,
dude, was Sequelitis like the first video essay? Like
I don't think it would be the first because like Lindsay Ellis was doing it a very long time ago.
yeah. I'm not familiar
But
with Lindsay Ellis, so I'm just a normie that watched Game Grumps.
that was like the first one I found on YouTube.
Yeah.
And then I remember talking to Cyril, our good friend Cyril.
Love Cyril.
We were
Hate
actually
Cyril.
going to do a Let's Play channel.
Sorry, go ahead.
Cyril and I were actually going to do a Let's Play channel back in like 2012.
Oh, classic idea. Yes. I'm not surprised in the slightest.
Yeah. So like I'd been wanting to make gaming content for ages, but I was just so busy. I was on the road, like I was driving to Wellington and back to Auckland, which is 8 hours each way. I was doing that every 2 weeks.
God damn.
Sometimes I'd drive to Christchurch, which is a 24-hour drive.
Oh my god, no.
Did that every few months. So I just didn't have time to do this shit. And then the company like fell apart that I was working for. So I was like, well, I got nothing. Like I'm unemployed now, so I might as well just do this video shit.
Yeah. Interesting.
Give that a crack.
Cool. So then, and yeah, I mean, you decided to do video game stuff because that's what you were watching at the time. So
Yeah.
now, I think, and maybe this is just me, but I feel like a lot of people when they start doing YouTube, a lot of, especially from big YouTubers, the advice that they give, and it's been the same thing for years, is like figure out like something new, like do something that hasn't been done before. So when you're starting out for the first time, like a lot of people are inspired by, I mean, some people just try to rip off other people and to varying degrees of success, but I feel like most people that are well intentioned will try to think of like what can I do to like differentiate myself from the rest of the pack. So like on that note, like what was your vision for the Heavy Eyed channel when you first started?
I think this is something that's kind of common now and like was then as well. You take that advice of like carve your own path very literally. So I was like, bro, I'm just gonna cover games no one's ever talked about. That's carving my own path. Like that's how I'm gonna stand out.
Okay.
You realize very quickly that dog shit for SEO.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But I did the first two videos I covered were like shitty little indie game fighters. That I thought I could make funny. That was the other thing. First video had jokes in it. Very playing fast and loose with the word joke there.
I do remember. Shout out to Brawlhalla, the first Heavy Eyed video. Yes, I am a true Heavy Eyed fan. I do know the origin story, so
you can say I was here.
Pog you. Sorry. Go ahead.
But yeah, and then so like those two videos came out, or I put them out, and I just wasn't happy with them. I was like, reviewing shit for me just isn't what I want to be doing. Like, this isn't fun.
Yeah.
So I kind of like I just sat back and was like, what do I like? What do I, like, what do I like doing? And then I actually remembered a conversation. So when I was touring, and just skipping back a little bit, I lived in a house with 6 other dudes. So 7 of us.
Mm-hmm.
And we all played video games all the time. Like, it's just all we did on our like days off.
Mm-hmm.
We had 4 TVs in the lounge, like every console at the time. Like,
Damn.
the current at the time was like PS3, Xbox.
Mm-hmm. Actual gamer lounge.
And what we did was, pardon?
I said actual gamer lounge.
Yeah, actual fucking gamer house. And we used to just talk about shit. And that's kind of where I got into thinking about games more than just like, haha, this fun, graphic good.
Yeah, right? There's like a turning point for that in every gamer's life where they start becoming critical of the things that they love instead of just like, haha, I like when Mario jumps. Like, it's fun.
Yeah, exactly. So that Star Fox video I made, like the first, like, I wouldn't even call it a video essay. I guess it was like an analytical video. That was actually a conversation I had like fucking 10 years before I put it out.
Nice. And I was gonna ask you, I mean, this is maybe a little bit different question, but like, and maybe this is like veering off a little bit too far, but were there any ideas that you had like when you first started out that you ended up like not being able to follow through on, or like stuff? Because I'm trying to think of the best way, what the significance of this question is. It's like, because I was thinking about it when I was doing like a director's commentary for my Patreon about my Wario video, and how the idea for that video, I had that when I like first started my old channel, and I didn't like do the idea or anything until recently. So I was wondering if there was like any ideas that you had that you like came back to like later on, which I think I know the answer to, and what that experience was like as when you were like first starting out.
There's heaps. There's so many. The first idea I ever had before like I got the advice of like carve your own path, I was like, oh fuck, okay. Was a video on Majora's Mask, which is the dungeons one that I ended up by making.
Okay.
5th or 6th. I think it was like my 6th video. But that was the first idea I had. And I was still living in Australia at the time. So this was long before I actually made a channel.
Yeah.
And I just didn't know how to write it. I was just like, oh, the fuck? Like, how do you put this together?
Yeah, right.
And that's kind of what I wanted out of like doing the little indie game videos as well, was how to write.
Mm-hmm.
And the other idea I had was the limitations one, which I think was my 4th or 5th video.
I'm not sure, but for some reason, your videos to me, it just like kind of blends together. I think there's like different eras of the Heavy-Eyed. There's like the beginning era, and then there's like the indie games like analysis era, which is probably like the longest, and then there's like the current era, which we'll talk about, but that's for later. But yeah, so that, I mean, to me, the creative limitations, because I remember when I first met you, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, that was the first thing you asked me for help on, was your creative limitations video. And I was like, this idea is like so good. And then, but you just needed like practice, like being able to like express your ideas like in a coherent way, kind of. And like, go ahead.
I didn't know how to turn on a microphone at the time.
Oh God, and not you particular. That's just something that everyone struggles with.
Yeah, it's what most people go through unless like you're trained in that profession.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and I was always trained behind the scenes.
I see.
In front of a microphone.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I was just like, how the fuck do you do this? So I wanted to make sure I knew every step at least well enough before I wanted to put out like my bigger ideas that I had always had.
That's fair. Yeah.
And didn't want the talking like someone else is in the next room voiceover.
Dude, certainly we all have been there. Like I remember the first video that I made. It was the fucking Yoshi story one, and just talking to, I felt so awkward. Like I felt so awkward and like uncomfortable, even though like I was in like a big room on the other side of the house. Literally nobody could fucking hear me, and I was like whispering into the microphone. I was like, this is so weird. Like being performative is hard. It definitely takes practice, right?
The big thing is learning to not speak from here, but to speak from like here.
Yeah.
And that took me so fucking long to figure out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I wanted to get all, cut my teeth on some shit that didn't mean as much to me before I dove into the more. And Tony Hawk's was another one, actually. That one took me years before I actually got around to it.
Oh, yeah. That one was like pretty recent. Like, yeah. That's one of my favorite videos of yours, personally. I mean,
it got fucking decimated by who published the remake?
I don't know.
I think it was Activision.
Yeah, it had to be Activision, right? Because Activision was the publisher of the original games too.
Yeah, someone fucked me super hard on that.
Yeah. Gosh, yeah, that's a whole nother story. And I want to talk about like certain struggles and stuff. So that'll be good to talk about when we get to that section. So but before we get there, one thing, because we've known each other for so long, I wanted to talk about like what the community was like back then, or like how it's changed, like if it has changed, because like for me it's hard to know if the vibe has like really changed or what has really changed, because I was like disconnected from it for like a few years and then kind of came back to it. So I was curious, first of all, what you're like, and for a lot of people on YouTube, people don't immediately find a community to like kind of belong to that makes similar videos. But you and I were in a very like unique position, I think, in that we were like pretty much like and we'll talk about this, but like we had methods of like getting our videos out there to like-minded people that is not really like around that much anymore, I would say.
Yeah.
So, and I guess like to elaborate on that, when we were like putting out videos, there was like forums to post your videos on, like the Hidden Block forums.
Hidden Block was just before my time.
Right. And same for me too. For me, it was That One Video Gamer. Did you ever post your stuff on That One Video Gamer? No? Okay, yeah. Yep. So, okay. And I know the, like, I kind of remember, like, how, like, we met. Like, not down to, like, the, like, tiniest little details, so we can talk about that.
I remember.
But, yeah, I know. Can't wait. Can't fucking wait. But, yeah. So, like, I mean, am I correct in assuming that you were, like, even though the Hidden Block era, which was, like, Hidden Block was like a group of like game reviewer YouTubers that made their own website and had forums where you could share your creations and stuff. Even though that was a little bit before our time, like we still found ourselves wrapped up in that community. So I wanted to ask you what your first impression of that community was and like how you were like brought in.
So I was brought in a very weird way. Like I guess anyone that knows me just knows this, that I do this. I'm just like, even though I'm very socially anxious and I'm like a very anxious person all the time, I would just be like, fuck it, I'm just going to do it. Like, I'm just going to put my name out there and just like see what happens. Mm-hmm. It's how I've ended up like speaking at game conferences and shit. I'm just going to do it, see what happens. So before, like, this was so long before I even like made a channel to post videos onto. Like you do with anything like kind of creative arty that you get into, like music or movies or TV shows, whatever, you like you find the big shit and then you like work your way down to like the small
for sure
indie creators. Mm-hmm. And I'd found like a shit ton of small YouTubers, and one day one of them was like, hey, I'm putting together like a Skype group of YouTubers, anyone like want to join? And I was like, oh, fuck it. Like, I don't make YouTube videos, but I want to. Like, I could learn a lot just from being surrounded by people who do it. So, and I got invited, and I was like, fuck, I don't even make videos. But, so off the bat, like, I was like, yeah, everyone's like super nice, super welcoming. But the other thing that like I realized pretty quickly was that I was a lot older than everyone.
Yeah.
So I was just like, oh, this fucking sucks, dude. Like, I shouldn't be here.
Like, not even a rip on you
out.
personally. That was just kind of a young group of people. Like, even
Yeah,
I
I
felt
didn't
kind
realize
of.
that.
Yeah, even. I mean, people were more so around, like, my age. But, like, even I felt like a little old compared to some of the people that were doing that. So.
Mm-hmm.
But
So I
yeah.
ended up by making another Skype group with like the older people who were still like a couple of years younger than me. But that was a lot better than fucking young people.
Fucking young people, dude. God, this is where we're at.
Yeah, I've been.
Fuck the Zoomers. Fuck. I'm with you, dude. Fuck the Zoomers. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be perpetuating Zoomer hate. I shouldn't be perpetuating Zoomer hate. I'm sorry.
I have no Zoomer hate. I just don't want to hang out with them because it's weird, and I'm too old for that.
That's fair. That's fair. I totally understand that.
Yeah, and I think you got brought into it. I don't know how you got brought in.
So
you were brought in.
Okay, so you said that there were 2 chats. There was one that you made with other people, or there was one with.
It was like broken off.
Okay, I can tell you what happened. So, I got added to that group after posting my video on the TOVG forums, I think. And but before that, there was this guy that kind of like you said, like you start at the top and you kind of work your way down to like smaller creators when you're like really like invested like in the space and like getting your own name out there. So there's this guy that I found because he got featured on Hidden Block, I think, and his name was Westerly.
Oh my god, West.
Yeah. So West is not around anymore and has been living his life doing whatever the fuck he's doing for a long time. Haven't spoken to him for a very long time, but he was like the first person, I think, or one of the first people that I got in touch with. And I think he added me to that group that you're thinking of, which was like the group with like the older people, kind of.
Yeah. So I need the world to know this. I've told the story so many times, but I need to tell it again.
Here we go.
The first interaction I ever had with Steve, like I said, I hadn't made a video before, but I was in this group, and Steve joins, asks everyone, "Hey, what's your channel?" It's like, "I want to check you out." I'm like, "Oh, I haven't made a video yet," and the fucking immediately you just go, "And what are you even doing here?"
Dude, okay. Listen. Let's. I'd like to make it a point that
to make the picture a little bit clearer, because at the time you had that fucking picture of you driving in your car with a Captain Falcon like mask over your face, so you had this very serious look, and like, I thought you were way older than you actually were because you had like a beard, and like your face was like half covered up, and you just looked very serious. And I was like, "What the fuck, this dude? It's so like weird."
Hold on, I gotta find that image. I know I can find that image, but keep talking. Hold on. Here it is. I'll put it over my cam. Can you guys see this?
I can't believe you had this still. Oh, that, yeah.
I found it. I had this photoshopped on my face, on my Skype picture. I'm sorry. Anyways, I forgot about that. So
you knew this story.
Okay, I'd like to make a point about that. Listen, guys, I
know the point.
We all know how social media is and texting and stuff gets lost in translation. You know, it wasn't from a malicious place. I wasn't trying to be judgmental. I was just curious. I was like, "Oh, how'd you find your way in here?" You know, I was like trying to get to know Mitchie. It wasn't like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" Or maybe it was, and I'm just like,
the way you worded it was so just like to the point that it came across so aggressive. And I didn't like you for ages because of that.
No, okay. For ages?
By ages, I mean like a few weeks.
Okay.
Which is ages.
That's totally fair. Honestly, I deserve it. I deserve it. Look, I get it. I was not a very great communicator. I was young. I was being perhaps a little too direct.
Because of your picture, because you had the fucking beard, I thought you were older and like old enough to know better.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah. I mean, despite like kind of growing up on the internet a little bit, like that was like the first time I don't know. There was like playing like the fucking like Maple Story days. There's like communicating with people online a little bit, but that was weird. I didn't really know what the fuck I was doing. That was really like the first like big point of me like really starting to communicate with people online. So it was weird for me. And I was also like totally in the mindset of like the YouTube hustle and like wanted to like meet people, but also genuinely I also just wanted to meet friends too. So yeah. I mean yeah. Yeah.
Also like at that point I had been communicating on the internet for a very long time. I joined like forums and shit when I was like 13.
Oh gosh, yeah, that was not me.
Yeah, I was doing like this is a very Australian thing, but I was doing the Channel V chat room when I was like 12, 13 when we first got the
Channel V.
Like, Channel V is a music station in Australia.
Okay, thank God. I thought you were about to say like 4chan, like V. I thought that's weird.
No. I didn't even make that connection. No, yeah, Channel V is Australian music. I don't know if it's still going. I haven't looked into it in years, but I used to love that shit. It was like our MTV, basically.
Okay.
Even though we still had MTV, but it was like our local MTV. So I had been doing the internet fucking interactions for ages before I started like doing YouTube circle stuff.
Yeah. I was perhaps a little how would I describe it? Like somebody said like a little direct. I was like very much the kind of person that I was just like, I'm just going to tweet my video at whoever the fuck and get them to watch it. And also like very self-conscious about it in that like if I didn't get a response, I was like, damn, they fucking hate me or some shit like that. I had a lot of growing up to do basically at that point. And glad I went through it because, you know, everybody has to grow up, you know? So, okay. Tangent aside, like what I want to ask you is like, how do you think the like community experience has changed? And granted, we didn't really talk a whole lot about what it was like to be in the community, so we can kind of talk about that too. But like, how has it changed, do you think, since those days, like the Skype days? Like, because for me, and maybe if you're still thinking about it, for me, my impression, and maybe this is because I'm way less likely to like reach out to new people, but I feel like it's just like way less tight knit than it was before on account of being younger and having so much free time to just fucking sit in Skype calls for just hours on end to get to know people.
Yeah. I remember that, just sitting in Skype. I think, I could talk about that for ages, but I kind of agree, but like, I think we're going to get to the same point on a different path because I think it's looser, but in a good way, because I think the Skype groups were very cliquey.
Yes, they were.
Like Skype,
yes, they were.
Skype was super cliquey by like virtue of you had to like physically like invite people in, whereas like a Discord server, which is public, well, can be public, you can just like tweet out a link.
Yeah.
And be like, hey, come
and you
out.
can have like a more direct like way of like interacting with like brand new people. Like,
yeah, I've like made some really good friends through my like public Discord that are just like good friends now. That never would have happened in Skype days.
Yeah, because I think I can say the same.
Why am I going to bring you into my group?
Yeah, right. Like with no vouch. Like that's the thing. You had to have the vouch. Like somebody had to vouch for you to get in, and everybody knew these chats were a thing, even if you're outside of it. because like people would talk about it, and then
turn up to the call.
Yeah, and fucking like if you didn't have the vouch, like if you had like a vouch to certain groups, and like you said, it was very clicky, and like I don't necessarily think that was like a terrible thing, but it definitely led to some very awkward moments at times, and left people feeling left out, which was really disappointing and sad, and glad that we've moved on from that, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, another thing that I would like to touch on in that moment, like what I think is significantly different, at least for me, and I don't know if you agree, but like in those days, like I think when I came to YouTube, I was like looking for something. And what I was looking for was, I had just gotten out of high school and I was trying to figure out like what to do with my life. And I latched on to that idea of like becoming a YouTuber, and like a lot of the guys that were popular at the time were like going to conventions and like making videos of like their convention experiences. And I wanted that because I just wanted to meet new like-minded people that loved video games. And so because of that, in these calls, like I spent more time in Skype calls than I did making videos. Like,
that feeling.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, it's different, I guess, for me being in New Zealand. We have one convention and it fucking sucks and I hate it.
Yeah.
So like I would see these videos of like people going to conventions and shit, and I'm like, oh man, one day. You know, like, oh, one day I'll save up enough money and go to fucking Seattle PAX or like whatever the fuck I was watching at the time, RTX in Austin.
In the chat, I won't hear slander about Armageddon. Thank you. From Hal.
Yeah, he fuck up Hal.
I just had to look that up. I'm sorry.
That's all right. But yeah, I mean, it's the same in any fucking creative thing you get into. Like, you want to meet people, so you can just meet people who are like-minded. It's the best thing to do when you're doing anything. So yeah, I have spent so much time just not working and hanging out with people instead.
Yeah.
Like, and I saw it. I think Kat brought it up in the chat. It's still kind of clicky a little bit. Which is definitely true because like that we have a server. That's been going for since Discord came out. So this is like 6 years old now.
True. God.
Yes, fuck.
Whew. There's been a lot of chats, but like at least at least and like you said, like it. I mean, yeah, like we have a chat, but also like I think for me, it's definitely become way less clicky because like in the server that we're both like talking about is one that we've used for a long time, and we just like it just comes and goes in terms of activity. Like for a couple of weeks, everybody will be, or not like everybody, but like people will be talking in there and like hanging out and stuff, and then it'll just be dead for like 6 months. And I think like a lot of us have just become busy with life and like not really and maybe it's because we've known each other for so long, so it's like less like exciting maybe, and a little less habitual.
Yeah, and I think like it's the same in any friend group. Like I have this with like so many of my real life friends as well, is you just don't talk sometimes, and that's fine. Like my best friend Maddie, when I was living in a different city, I wouldn't speak to her for like 6 or 7 months at a time. And it's fine. Like, just what happens when you get older?
Yeah.
It's not like like the sign of a good friendship is that you can go for so long without talking, and it's okay.
I agree.
And no one's anxious about that.
Yeah. And I mean, nothing against people that have trouble dealing with that, because, you know, you're molded by your environment, and perhaps if you were burned by that in the past, like I can see why like you'd be anxious if and I think another thing, maybe you and I are kind of on opposite ends of this, but like I am not the person that reaches out to people. Like, I just sit in my fucking corner, and if people want to talk to me, then I'll talk. I rarely am like, yo, let's hang out. Like, let's do this. Like, just on my own. And so, like, I think on that note, just in obviously, like I'm saying, I'm this from the opposite side of the aisle, kind of like it's. I'm sure it's very exhausting to be the person that reaches out like first all the time. But yeah, I mean, it like I was saying, I think it's I guess the point I'm trying to make is I understand if people are feel kind of burnt by that, but
Yeah.
like I agree with you 100%. Like the best friendships are the ones where you can not talk for a long time and then talk as if it was like 2 days had passed. Like,
Yeah. Those friendships are sick because, like, when you do talk again after ages, you're like, man, we have so much to talk about.
yeah. Oh my God. Yes. It's so true.
We got heaps of catching up to do.
Yeah.
So I love that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And because I'm so fucking busy all the time now as well, like, it's just not going to happen as much. Like, we used to sit in that Discord. I mean, it was so bad that I changed the name of it to whatever game we were playing, and it would last that for months because we would spend months on the same fucking game.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the big one for me was the Overwatch era. Just playing. I'll always associate that server with just the Overwatch era because there was just so much fucking Overwatch being played in that, and
Yeah.
it was just good times. But yeah, like and those calls, like, God, they contributed to my depression like a motherfucker. Purely because I would be up until 8 o'clock in the morning in those calls sometimes. It was so bad. Like, oh my God. Like, there's like the perfect TikTok like trend to like encapsulate this because it's like, the worst thing is when you're on the computer all night and then you start hearing the birds chirping outside and then the sun is creeping its way into your room and you're like, you hear the birds chirping and then you look out towards your window and you see the light peering in through your fucking like blackout curtains and you're just like, oh man, I fucked up. Fucked up big time.
That's been me like the week just gone. Fucking Race the World First.
Yeah.
I was watching that nonstop. Fucked up my sleep schedule.
I'm so far past that, dude, honestly. Like I've made a very significant effort to not do that anymore. And the reason I said like it contributed to my depression is just because like for me waking up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon and seeing the sun for a couple of hours during the winter and then having the sun go down was just terrible. It was so bad.
Yeah.
And
no one, like, unless it's your work cycle, like, you can't live like that.
Yeah.
It's different when you're working like that. Because when I was doing bartending and shit, that was just my life. But it's kind of different. Because I'd actually spend my nights working till 4 a.m. if I was productive and I'd just get home and pass out.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you're just, like, staying up doing nothing, it's very defeating.
Yeah, it's so, I don't know, for me, I think it's so easy. It's so much easier to fucking, like, stay up all night doing nothing than staying up all night working because, like, it's just kind of like the vibe. Like, everyone's asleep. Like, all the businesses are closed. It's not like you can go outside. Like, I mean, some people do, but I find it very difficult to go outside in the middle of the night by myself, like just to go for a walk or something. I did that last night. I can't fucking like I can go for night walks. In fact, I love night walks, but not by myself. Never by myself. I would never do that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think I just live in a nice area too.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I live in a nice area too, but I just have anxiety about doing that for whatever reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I think it's just easier to just like sit on the computer and do nothing when nothing is happening because it's nighttime. And like for me, like this is just kind of a weird thing about me, like especially when it comes to writing videos, like once it's past like 6 o'clock p.m., my brain is just fried. I can't write.
Yeah. Clock out.
Yeah. Yeah. I can edit all day. In fact, the other day, I literally did nothing. I woke up at like 10 o'clock and I had recorded voiceover the day before, edited up my entire voiceover, which the recording was like an hour and 15 minutes down to like 30 minutes, and edited the whole thing, and then put out like, or structured my whole like voiceover and like background music, like scoring the music of the video in Premiere. And I did that all from like the moment I got up to like the moment I went to sleep, with like some breaks in between. So I can like edit. I can't fucking write though.
Yeah, because editing's fucking like, it's not easy, but it's, if you know what you're doing, it's very monotonous and very mindless and doesn't use that much brain power. Whereas writing, you're like, fuck, I gotta like think.
Yeah, it's the brain
like,
power, isn't it?
Yeah, because even with editing, like, if you just do assembly, like, just put the footage down, and that is just like, I'm just gonna sit here and scrub through all my footage. All right, yep, clip, that fits that voice line. It's very time consuming, but it's not like brain power, like you said.
I think there's aspects of it that take brain power, but for the most part, there's a lot of tedium that is just a matter of just plucking along through it.
Yeah, if you're doing assembly, like I did fucking the Zelda video, which is, I think it's an hour and 10 minutes long.
Yeah, that's a beefy one.
In a day and a half.
God, yeah. That's crazy. I don't know how you do it. You just
I know where my footage is.
Yeah. I feel like I mean, if I can compare myself to you, I've always been envious of like when you're just able to laser focus in on a project, like from start to finish, and just get that shit done. Whereas like for me, like my brain just fucking like spins in circles at times, and I just can't work, and I need to just like take a step away and like rethink things and then come back to it, kind of. Do you agree with how I'm like, I know I'm making assumptions about you, but
no, I don't, but that's just because I know my process, right? I guess anyone who would see like me be like, I'm gonna make this video, and then I make it like like 2 weeks later, apart from if something goes wrong, I fuck around. I could go weekly. I think I could easily be a weekly uploader if I had
so
like
hard
the commitment. I don't. I'm not that committed. Because I will write something, do the whole like send it to a couple people, get it like proofread, all that shit.
Yeah.
And then it will come to do voiceover, and I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna do that in like a couple days.
I'm the opposite. I am the complete opposite, dude. Like the writing is so hard, and then once I'm done, it's like, all right, fucking tag it and bag it. Let's do some fucking voiceover. Get that shit done. Edit the audio super fast, and then I get into the video editor, and I'm like, oh man, we gotta edit the video. This is gonna be hard.
I put like between each process, so I cut down. So I will put effects processing, like post-production effects, on my voiceover, but the whole file I'll bounce out like an hour-long raw audio file and then cut it down in Premiere while I'm editing.
Oh my god, no way.
Yeah,
okay,
that's how I work.
That is disgusting to me. I'm so sorry.
Because I like I like to have a cut after every sentence or every like point, and I like to find the best one that I used.
Yeah,
and I don't think I can find that one that works with the music and the video.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. Yeah.
But between like every other fucking process, I will put like 2 weeks total. Like if I just like sat down and fucking did it, I would be so much more productive.
God, that's so interesting, because I always viewed you as like, you just get that shit done, because like, I don't know, I feel like out of our group, like when we were all like going like really hard into it, like at the beginning, I feel like you were easily like the most consistent out of the people that I'm thinking of.
Yeah. Also, back then, I didn't have as much money troubles as like because I was still living at home.
Uh-huh.
I had moved back from Australia and moved in with my parents, so I was just like, "Fuck it, like let's
Yeah.
go."
Yeah, that's fair.
Um, and then I was like, "Fuck this, I'm moving out."
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I think that helped a lot, is
Yeah.
I just like had the time to actually do it.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah. Like if I think about it, like and granted, like this stuff didn't take a whole lot of my time. I mean, I guess it kind of did. I had school and like my part-time job, but I only worked like 15, 20 hours a week tops
mhm.
at that time, and I had school, which was like not terribly difficult because it was like my gen ed classes pretty much. So, but yeah, there was like a few little things that kept me from going like super hard at that time. And also the fact that we were talking about earlier, we're just wasting time in
Oh yeah, I
calls
mean,
all the
yeah, I
time.
mean, yeah.
Yeah.
For some reason back then, I can't do it now, but back then I could edit a video in a call.
Oh my god, no, I can't do that. I don't think
I
I
can't
could
do that
ever
now.
do that. Yeah. I mean, there was something cool about the idea of like the work call where it's like, guys, I'm hopping in
Oh
Discord, I'm
yeah,
hopping in
that's
Skype.
different.
I'm just going to work and
Yeah,
like have like little side conversations. I couldn't
I
even
love
do
that.
that. I couldn't even do
Oh
that.
really?
Yeah, like I would just get so distracted and I just had to
I do
like
the.
talk.
I love the work call. I
Yeah.
fuck with the work call.
Yeah.
But this was like, I don't know, just hanging out, people playing games, and I'm just like sitting there like fucking. That was when I
That's
was working for Sun Explosion, and I was
oh
editing her
yeah.
highlight. I used to just work while you motherfuckers were playing Overwatch.
Yeah. Oh my god, I remember that. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like that, but that's like the hustle that I was thinking about because I do remember you doing that when a bunch of
Mhm.
us were just playing fucking games and had dying channels because we weren't making videos. You were like, I'm going to be involved in the group and still get my work done. And I just thought, I don't know. If I could just gas you up a little bit, I thought that was fucking awesome, and I was very envious of that.
Thanks.
But yeah,
I wish I still had that.
yeah,
Um,
right. It's dude,
yeah,
YouTube wears on you for having done it for so long. Like,
yeah, it really
let's talk
does.
about that because like
Yeah.
I had enough time away from it where I came back feeling refreshed. What? How do you feel? This is going way beyond like what I initially thought. Um, but fuck it, let's talk about it. What do you think like how your like mental has changed going into what like year uh
What?
6, 7?
Yeah, this is. Oh, don't say seven. I think it's six.
I'm thinking.
Fuck, it
Oh
might.
yeah, no, because yeah, it should be
It
year
might be
6.
seven.
It should be year 6, I think. Right? Was it 2015?
Yeah, it was. It was 2015.
So year 6.
Oh, thank God. Holy shit. Yeah. What do you mean by mental? Like,
Like, uh, go ahead.
oh, no, that was the
Okay,
end of my
okay. I thought
sentence.
you were
I
gonna
can
say
say
something
that.
else. I think like your outlook towards the platform, creating, like, and one thing that I really wanted to talk about is like the shift in style because we're talking about the
Okay.
eras of Heavy Eyed. There was
Yeah.
the jokey beginning era, the like game analysis, like kind of SEO, like YouTube grind era. And then
Uh-huh.
now there what I would describe it as a viewer, I would say we're in the era of I'm heavy-eyed. I'm going to talk about topics that you didn't think about and are probably going to make you uncomfortable and but are very important to talk about and I'm incredibly passionate about. I think we're in that era. Also, we're in the era of massive fucking passionate collaborations. And for me, looking at it, I just see it as an era of pure passion. Like,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's what this
yeah,
era feels like.
yeah,
Um, but so I guess we'll start from the start of your questions,
mm-hmm,
which is like the platform viewing, how I
yeah,
view the platform. I've always been very cynical about YouTube.
uh-huh,
Um, I guess because I've been like, how do I say this without sounding like a fucking dickhead?
Just say it, bro. Just fucking say it.
I've always been like leftist, anti-capitalist, like whatever.
Oh, bro, that you don't sound like a dickhead. This is a fiercely anti-capitalist stream.
I've been that way for fucking ages. So like, I never gave a shit about YouTube. I never trusted it. I never thought it was like gonna have people's interest in how, like, mainly after the the Google acquisition of YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like fucking whatever. Like, I've never been like, this platform's here to help us.
Mm-hmm.
So I never had the like disappointment of the systems that they've put in place or like the changes that they've made. I'm just like, oh yeah, fucking whatever. It's just the same old shit.
Yeah.
So I've never got to go through that heartbreak that a lot of people go through when they realize that the platform actually doesn't give a shit about them. I don't know. My view of YouTube's always just been like, I don't know, this is a place to put videos that people will actually watch it, rather than like go on a Vimeo or what were the other ones that popped up? There was a couple.
Oh man, there were a few.
There was that
weren't there?
That Reddit one that lasted like a year, and I went quote unquote viral
VidMe.
on it. I think we all did at one stage.
Was it VidMe?
And it was like VidMe.
That's what it was. Alex said VidMe in chat because I see Blablr said Dailymotion, Blip. Those were before. Those are like
I remember using Dailymotion
up and coming
before
era.
YouTube.
I think VidMe was the big one that happened when we were like, I think it was before the adpocalypse. Do not search VidMe now. Okay, wait.
Okay, good to know.
It's from a porn distributor now.
Oh my god! I mean, they had a fucking working video platform.
Hey, yeah. I mean, shit.
Someone's gonna buy it.
I mean, the guy who probably made that has probably made a ton of money off that. So respect to him, I guess.
I knew VidMe sucked when the top videos that were posted daily were trashing the platform, and it was like a month in.
I remember that. Oh my god! I remember you drawing that connection too. It was like, because I think when it first came out, like for like you're saying, you say you've always had your expectations low. Like you never. I think for me and perhaps some others who are a little less jaded, I guess, or just like younger and just like didn't set the correct expectations from a fucking Google corporation. Like you got to set the right expectations when you're messing with that. But like I think with shit like VidMe, like there was like a level of optimism. It was like, okay, yeah, this is what we need, man. We need some competition. Like finally, let's get this shit rolling. I'm going to support this. I'm going to post all my videos on VidMe. I don't care how well they do. Let's just do this. But then it was like, and I remember you bringing that up and you're like, I'm on VidMe right now. And literally every video on the front page is just trashing VidMe. And I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah. And like, respect to trying it, but a video hosting platform, that's just expensive, man. Like, the only people that can afford to do it is fucking billion-dollar companies, because YouTube is bleeding money.
That's why. Okay, go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you.
Oh, but the second most, like, Google having the top 2 search engines on the internet is more valuable than the amount of money that YouTube bleeds, so they don't give a fuck about it.
True.
Wait, what did you say?
I was gonna. Sorry. I was gonna say this is something that is going on in streaming, in the streaming world right now, because Twitch, we're on Twitch right now. Lovely Twitch. Fuck Twitch, dude. Twitch fucking sucks, dude. I hate Twitch now. Like, I like watching Twitch, but like Twitch as a platform is fucking dog shit. And if they fucking they cancel my channel right now because of it, fuck, I don't even fucking care, honestly. I don't see a future for me on Twitch. I actually am a little less jaded towards YouTube now, and I'm like, I'm wanted to put my like full focus on YouTube. But like everyone's like, oh, we need like a competitor to Twitch, like, and the only people that can do it are YouTube and Facebook, because
and they fucked it up.
Yeah, and I mean, I think they're working towards it, but they're definitely like behind where they probably should be, especially like Facebook. Like, who the fuck wants to stream on Facebook? Like they have like they have a like so-called 100% revenue split in favor of the creator on Facebook, and they still can't get people to fucking stream or watch streams there. Like, but
because no one's on it.
Yeah, exactly. But my point is, like, you can't just like we're in a fucking, oh god, what's the word? Postmodern capitalist. Oh my god, what is the fucking late stage capitalism? We're in a late stage capitalist world, dude. You can't just fucking make a website to compete with billion-dollar corporations like Amazon and Google, dude. It's just not possible.
I see people being like, YouTube is decent. I'm here to put that to rest.
Okay, go on, because I actually think YouTube is decent, but
it's fucking dog shit.
Wait, for streamers or like just in general?
For streamers.
Okay.
Streamers, I should say. For streaming. Because, so this was a couple of years ago, admittedly, but when I was at about 15,000 subscribers, it's 15,000 people that have like clicked, I want to follow this person's content, right?
Mm-hmm.
I went live. 4 people showed up. 4 people got the notification to show up. Like, what the fuck? Like, if that happened on Twitch, that'd be insane.
Okay. I'd like to challenge. I'd like to challenge you on that idea.
Go on. Is it going to be fucking Valkyrie and Alpha Gaming? Is that it?
Although I do love Harris Heller, and he's a beautiful man, and I think he's very smart, that's not going to be my argument. Have you thought about the thought that streaming on YouTube is hard for us because people don't subscribe to our channels for streams?
I have thought about that. Mm-hmm. I have thought about this. I've considered this. I've gone down this route before. But my counter to that is people who move from YouTube to Twitch, not everyone, but like a lot of people get a like decent amount of people migrating over.
Like, and it's not the other way around. It's not like that. Like once you go from Twitch to YouTube, if you're a successful streamer, your numbers are going to go down significantly. Yeah. That like Harris is experiencing that right now.
Yeah. And I think monetization wise, YouTube is better, but that's just because it has to be.
Yeah.
In order to be.
I mean, Twitch is so bad. Like literally the only thing that Twitch has going for it in terms of monetization is the culture. Like people on Twitch are more likely to support creators through subs and gifted subs and Prime. That's what they have, which is huge. But
Prime is king.
Yeah. Google needs a Prime. Google needs a fucking Prime for streamers if they want to like really compete, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I can't get Twitch Prime, so I'm stuck paying fucking $10 a sub.
Dude, that sucks. Oh god.
I hate it. Apparently they're fixing it.
Yeah. They have. I think they have just announced like local pricing. Maybe
it is local. That's the problem. I've had local New Zealand pricing for like 5 years, and it's always been $10.
Oh god.
Apparently they're adjusting it now.
Okay.
For New Zealand.
Okay, that's probably what I'm thinking of then.
Yeah, well, other countries are getting their locals that have just been using US dollars. I don't know why we got it fucking so long ago. So I've been paying $10.
That's something I don't understand. I don't understand, especially when it comes to like, I guess what is like digital product. Why the fuck does it cost more to sub to it? Like, I understand if you're like importing a product or buying buying something from like a company that's based in the States that has a certain level of pricing, and then you have to account for like the exchange rate or like shipping and shit like that. That makes sense to me. Why does it cost more to sub to a Twitch streamer? Like, I don't understand that. And so significantly, it's not even based strictly off the exchange rate. It's like inflated even further than that, right?
Yeah. Because $5 to New Zealand dollars is about, I mean, it changes obviously all the time, but averagely it's about $7.50. So I'm almost paying for like 2 subs.
Yeah, it's wild.
Which is why I am like pretty fucking hesitant when I sub to people now. It just doesn't cost so much money. And then if I leave that shit running by accident.
Oh yeah.
I've done that before. I was subbed like before I really used Twitch, and I was just like, oh, I'm gonna like what I was one of those guys that just like watch my favorite YouTubers on fucking Twitch sometimes.
Yeah,
I was
same.
subbed to Brutal for a year and I watched his stream twice.
Oh no!
Because I just kept fucking forgetting to turn it off.
Oh yeah. It's easier for me because
like,
I just watch Twitch enough. But yeah, that's God, I'm sure there's a lot of people that Twitch loves those people. I mean, isn't that like that's got to be like a strategy, right? With like subscription platforms is like you're banking on you're banking on people forgetting that they're subscribed. It's like fucking back in the magazine days. It's like, oh god, I got another one of these. I'm too lazy to fucking cancel this shit, so whatever. It's only $5 this month.
And a month is a long time.
Yeah,
you'll forget.
But
yeah, that was my long-winded rant about not giving a shit about YouTube from the get-go.
Amanda said, "I just found out that it costs more money to sub and buy bits on mobile." And
yes, that's iOS.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's iOS. I don't understand that either. Like on iOS, you have to buy these like sub tokens to subscribe to Twitch streamers. You could literally just go on your fucking computer or your laptop and subscribe for $5. What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
What I don't understand. It's so like Apple gets like a cut of that.
Yeah. Apple takes 30% of everything that goes through. Because hang on, I have an iPhone, so I can explain this. If anything you buy on your phone, on your iPhone, goes through the App Store, unless you're on a website and like entering in your credit card details, but if you're using an app, because the iPhone is so fucking controlled, any app that is on there is approved by Apple.
Oh yeah.
And approves to the monetization of Apple, which is they run every app purchase through the App Store and take 30% of literally every purchase that goes through them. That's why Apple is a fucking $1 trillion company. I
wonder what Android's I mean, I guess because it's spread out a bunch of different like distributors for phones, and it's not, you can't really do that. So
yeah,
this is why Android is the best. Everybody, can we Apple? I'm sorry, I can't. I'm not gonna open this can of worms.
I just like Apple because I have Apple shit apart from my computer. Everything else I have is Apple, and it's just all linked together. Like I can leave the house without my phone and still listen to music.
Oh yeah.
So this is why I have Apple. It's just convenience.
I'm not gonna go down this hole. I've done this before on my stream. We've been here. I am very anti-Apple, but fucking, we all know how I feel.
I was until I got an iPhone, and that changed very quickly.
Yeah, well, maybe I have to try out an iPhone and see if it's really worth it for me. Actually, no. Fuck that, because I don't want to get sucked into fucking Apple products. Because I am happy with my PC. I'm happy with my Google Pixel 3a budget version. I'm happy with that. So no, I'm not switching.
Also, worth noting, I didn't pay for my first iPhone. That helped a lot.
I know how you got that phone, Mitch.
Yeah, we're not going to tell that story.
We're not going to tell. I'm sorry.
It definitely helped. In my migration.
Fair. Let's bring it back.
Yeah.
We went on a massive tangent, and it's cool because I enjoy the discussion and we got a little debate going, kind of. But let's bring it back to the heavy-eyed eras, because that's what we're talking about. And what has it been like? Now, okay, here's my question. What was the thought process? Was there like a moment of almost self-discovery where you were like, you know, I've done the whole, like, I'm going to try to make, like, the topical stuff to appeal to the SEO, like, which is called search engine optimization, for anybody that doesn't know. Like, optimizing your videos for search to get views. Like, was there a moment where you decided, screw this, I'm just going to do what the fuck I want, regardless of how well it performs or not? And what has it been like?
Hang on. I'm going to just look at my videos real quick to see which one it was. Which video, like, switches for me.
Okay.
Because... Yeah, okay. It was my fucking last Far Cry video, which was the New Dawn one.
Okay.
I remember the very clearly, like the decision very clearly, because I was like, let's talk about topical shit, let's go the search engine route, let's like try that, like see what happens.
Yeah.
My channel started dying because I did that.
Oh.
I was getting less views, less subs, less retention, because I had switched from like what I started and what I built on. And I worked into something else. So the people who originally were there were like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Like, he's changed his content.
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't drawing in more people than what I was losing. So my channel just started fucking slipping and going down the shitter. And I was like, I'm not even like into this. I just wanted to see what would happen.
Damn. So I didn't even consider that. Yeah, I mean, maybe this was kind of during the time where I was kind of like detached from stuff. So maybe we didn't talk about it. Maybe?
I think you were pretty heavy into Overwatch at this time.
Yeah, okay. Then, and in that case, I was definitely detached. And I was still online, but I was detached as fuck from like the YouTube stuff.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
Like I said, we can not talk for ages and it's all good. Yeah. But I didn't really tell anyone about it. I just did it.
Yeah.
Just see what would happen. And then it didn't happen. It was the opposite of what I wanted. So I was like, yeah, fuck it. Like, because I'd seen other friends like make the switch. And I was like, oh, it's gone well for them. Like, what if I did it? And I think I hung
the switch into the like optimization style. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And I think I hung on to it for a little bit too long because I was like, nah, it's gonna happen.
I see. Well, you kind of have to, right? Because in hindsight, it's 2020, obviously. Like, because if you don't, I think one thing that I've noticed a lot recently is that if you find any, I just saw Nick said they literally updated Easy on Twitch sub prices like 15 minutes ago. That's crazy. They're fucking listening. Oh god, I'm getting banned after the stream. They heard me talk shit about Twitch, dude. I'm done. Yo, okay, any fucking memers, any LSF memers will know what I mean when I say this, but Wizawhat is done and not just on Twitch.
Jesus Christ.
Dr. Disrespect meme, baby. Let's go. Anyways, I was saying, you kind of have to go at stuff for like an uncomfortable amount of time in hindsight. Like what I've noticed is the biggest YouTubers, if you go to their channel, none of these people blew up within a year. If you go to like channels like Mr. Beast or fucking like anything you can think of, like they've been making videos for 10 years. 10 fucking years, and they were just, the way they adapted just worked out for them, and it doesn't for certain people, because like you don't really know like what YouTube really wants, or you know.
And it's unfortunate that it's not going to work out for everyone.
Yeah.
But it also, like, that's a weird statement, because it depends on what working out looks like to you. Like,
fair. Yeah.
Some people could just be like, I put out a video and that's successful to me, which is like fucking fair enough. Like, that's like their idea of like cracking it, which is great. I wish I could do that.
Yeah.
But I got fucking SEO analytic brain that's like numbers.
Yeah. Yeah. I've tried to shift away from, I think my mental has done well to shift away from that mindset. But I think it's also because I feel like what I do right now is the best stuff that I've ever done. And if I tried to move into something that I think is, I was talking to somebody about this the other day, actually. And I was thinking, I don't remember how we got on the topic, but we were talking about uh, this may sound a little arrogant, but stick with me.
On.
The difference between shit content and valuable content. And what I mean for the viewers, and I'm positive you understand. I'm not going to name names just because it's kind of rude if I do. But when I mean shit content, what I mean is like stuff that doesn't take a lot of time to produce. Like, I'm going to throw up a clip of my stream on YouTube, and that's shit content. Whereas, like, and that has value. I don't want to say that it doesn't have value, but what I mean by the value, yeah, and it's just I don't have a better term to describe it. And like when I said shit content versus valuable content, I don't even think valuable is a good descriptor of what I'm trying to say either. But like, stuff that just takes a lot of time to produce, like is written, is produced, like well shot, well edited, like shit that takes longer than a day or two to make. Like it takes a lot of thought.
Meaningful versus entertaining is pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm really sorry, my dyslexia cannot read that name. Jamin
Debop.
Sorry, my dyslexia is just like there's too many A's right next to each other. I can't read it.
Yeah.
But that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. I don't even remember what we were talking about before that. Why the fuck did I bring this up?
I do have something on the back of that though.
Yes.
I've become a fucking wasting my time degen, and I watch TikTok at night now when like I'm just lying in bed and I need to fall asleep.
Yeah,
dude. And I saw a TikTok where it was like a guy replying to a lot of TikTokers who are pissed off that the cut from that platform is less than the cut from YouTube's platform.
Really?
And he was like,
wait.
He's like, yeah, of course it is.
There's no ads. You don't get ads on your videos.
There's a lot of ads on TikTok. There's a fuck ton.
Well, there is, but not embedded into somebody's video, right?
Yeah. No, he's just talking about in terms of like creator cut from the platform.
Yeah. Okay.
So, like the ad revenue split, basically.
Yeah.
But also TikTok just pumps money into creators. But anyway, aside from that, he's like, yeah, of fucking course, YouTube gives you more because it takes you 10 minutes to upload a video to TikTok and it takes you a month to upload a video to YouTube.
True.
And I was like, fucking true.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not even a matter of like it's good or bad. It's just
different.
Time.
Yeah, time is the big thing. And I think what I was trying to say was fuck it, I don't even know. What the fuck were we talking about before this? Why did I bring this
on my errands? We were on the errands.
I know.
I don't know how we moved away from it, but that's funny as fuck. I was looking at SEO content and making shit for the algorithm.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Do you have more to say about that?
And then, well, yeah, I just had the decision one day. I was like, man, fuck this. Like, I'm unhappy. Like, I am actively unhappy with my creative output. And I wasn't doing music at the time. So, like, YouTube was my only creative outlet. I had stopped doing photography, all the other shit that I like to do creatively, and was like, man, I'm just unhappy. So then I made the first ever fucking update video that I'd ever done. And at the time, like 4 or 5 years. Wait, what did we say? I'm in year 6.
Yeah.
It was 4 years on YouTube at the time. And I was like, shit's changing. I'm just doing whatever the fuck I want now. And that was that. And it's been fine. It hasn't gone amazingly for me, but I don't really care because I'm just happy making shit that I want to make.
Yeah.
And like, I don't
That's awesome.
care about, I mean, okay, I say I don't care about like views and shit, but like you do. I think everyone does on some level. It just depends on how much weight you put into it.
Yeah. I mean, like if the difference maker is putting it on YouTube, if you would make a video and you didn't care about whether you put it on YouTube or not, then it's fair to say like you don't really care about views. You're just putting it up because you want to. But if you were inspired by big creators and you want to be a influencer, you care about views. And it's fine. Yeah. Like I think it's fine. You just have to manage like how you interact with that, like almost like an inner demon. Like I think it's fine.
Yeah. And it also changes, like, this isn't our job, right? Like from ad revenue and Patreon, I get enough money to pay most of my rent, which is like very fucking good. Like I'm very happy with that. Like I'm very blessed to have that, but I still wouldn't call it my job because it doesn't pay for everything in my life. I still have to work coffee and edit shit for other people and stuff. But I think the views obviously change when it becomes your full time. Yeah. But for now, I'm still just happy with what I have, and like it's not gonna affect me in the same way it might someone who's like full time.
I think at the end of the day, you just have to care. Like, or not that you have to care about views, but you have to care about what you're making. Like, you don't stay on YouTube for 6 years, like doing SEO shit, or like I was saying, shit content, for lack of a better term, if it's not working. If it's working and you're making a fuck ton of money, most people are going to continue to do that. But if it's not working after a certain amount of time, like it's hard to continue doing that. But yeah, I mean, I think to wrap it around to what we're talking about, like, I don't know. Like, I think the stuff that you're doing now is fucking awesome and is the best stuff that you've done as well. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. Like, and I think for me, like, this is kind of why I started a new channel. But my channel was actually dead, like, for years, dormant. So it would have, I think it made more sense for me to start a new channel. But I think we both kind of had that kind of awakening, I guess, where it's like, well, we did our time doing SEO content. If we're going to keep doing this, we have to do it the way we want to do it, or we're just not going to do it anymore. So,
pretty much.
Yeah. And I think, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think everyone needs to go. Like, anyone who's like trying to crack it needs to go through that.
For sure.
And realize that you just make your best shit when you don't care anymore.
Yeah. I think I've definitely had pulls to go back to that style, like, and I remembered why I fucking went on that tangent earlier. It was because when I was talking to the person about the difference between this, I was like, like when my shit was like dormant for so long, I thought about making content about Overwatch, because I looked at Overwatch videos in the scene and I was like, I could do so much better than this. Like, I have the background in video in YouTube to be able to do this, and I have the background in Overwatch now that these people don't have, that are, right? Like, when you get involved in a scene and you have the experience on YouTube, it's hard not to think that way, right?
Yeah. I mean, fucking WoW content on YouTube sucks. It's all bad.
Yeah.
Not bad, but it's just like,
it just could be better.
Yeah. And it's fine. Like, people still watch it and enjoy it, but it's just kind of what people know. So no one has evolved a style outside of, I'm going to sit like this and just read you the news. And it's like, fuck, you could do so much more exciting shit than that.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. In a scene like that, where it has such a high volume of content, like, it just becomes like the time waster stuff that we were talking about, like, just naturally.
Actually, sorry, continue.
No, go ahead.
That's another thing I wanted to touch on with the different eras of my content.
Yeah.
Which I had thought about when you showed me the questions, and that is not just the approach to what I'm making, but how I made it.
Uh-huh.
So I started YouTube because I wanted to learn how to edit. Like, I think if I didn't do music, I applied for film school as well.
Uh-huh.
So like I made the decision between audio and film. So I went audio,
Mm-hmm.
but I had always wanted to learn how to edit, and that's why it's like one of the reasons I started a YouTube channel. And when I was doing like the SEO content, I was fucking cranking on editing. I was like, I'm gonna
Yeah.
make this the best shit I can. Like I'm gonna do the coolest edits I can think of. Like spend so much time in After Effects, like learning shit. And like obviously it's not the best, but I was just like doing it to learn more.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, man, fuck this. I'm just gonna do the most minimal amount of editing I can, as long as it works. And that's just what I do now.
Yeah.
I'm like, as long as I'm match cutting what I'm saying to what's on screen and make a nice little title screen,
Mm-hmm.
have a credits roll at the end. I put way more stock into the music I use than the editing that I do now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think,
Which is
yeah,
over
that's a
time.
good point because, and like, that's something I've struggled with too is like, I think there was an era of video editing within our community where it was like, you need to do something new. Like, I want to
Mhm.
try something new with every video and make
Mhm.
it my videos very eye catching, like, and
Mhm.
impressive because you watched like fucking, I don't know. I don't really want to say names, but
I know. Yeah, I know what you mean.
like it's like, oh, I
Um,
want to try to reach that level.
yeah. And then you realize that that motherfucker's been doing it for a decade before he started YouTube.
Nick
So like
said,
you
Nick
gotta,
said,
gotta
don't
fucking
attack
catch
me
up.
like this. Dude, that's funny. Not just you, Nick.
Um, but yeah, I was what I was gonna say because it was so funny. I remember I can't fucking remember what video is in, but I remember the edit,
Mm.
and it was like a trailer of a dirt car skidding around a corner and like dirt dust and shit flying up,
Uh-huh.
and I was like, it'll be sick if I like masked out behind it, so like when it was turning, it changed scenes.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah.
spent like fucking 2 days on that shit. No one noticed it. No one gave a shit.
Yeah.
So I was like, if I was doing this professionally, yeah, I would put the time in. But man, I'm not spending 2 days on an edit that no one gives a fuck about
Yeah.
for my own like satisfaction anymore.
It's YouTube. Content is king. And by content, it's not your editing, it's the like the actual content of the video. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you bringing to
Yeah.
the table? Anybody can learn, and not to detract from the people that are absolutely fantastic editors. I have the utmost
Oh
respect
yeah.
for people that are
I
insanely
wish I
talented
could
editors.
do it.
Me too, but like on YouTube, like we know how YouTube works. Like we've been talking about
Yeah.
fucking like distraction content that's just people watch YouTube in the background. Like
Hmm.
they that's just how it is. It's not a matter of watching like going to a museum and observing a piece of art. It's not really like that on YouTube because there's just a
Yeah.
insane volume of stuff to watch that like you get attached to the person that's making it, you get attached to their story, like
Yeah.
you get attached to the words they're saying, not really like presentation helps. Like
Presentation's sick, but as a one man fucking army, I ain't doing it. If I could pay someone to do it for me, fuck hell yeah, I'd do it.
yeah, dude, I would too.
But when it's just myself, like I just don't. I had to make choices on how content's going to go,
Mhm.
and that was the thing I had to cut.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to sacrifice writing,
Mhm.
and I didn't want to sacrifice audio quality. I was like, well,
Well, I think it's a good choice, especially for your videos that are like, especially like your collaborative videos that are
hey,
long
fuck
as fuck.
that.
Dude,
I'm not,
I'm
not
struggling
doing.
with that right now. Like, because my videos are like 3 times as long as the stuff that I used to make, and I'm trying to edit them the same way as I used to and try to make fucking flashy shit when it doesn't really need to be. Like,
Mhm.
it's hard.
but it's good. Like you do, like you're fucking. I think about this a lot. I think about this edit a lot. And your Mario one, where it's just like all the games that like,
dude, and that's the same thing. That fucking took like a fucking like 2 hours to do like 5-second edit, and it like I'm glad I like doing that stuff. Like,
yeah,
I do enjoy it, and I don't think I'm gonna stop doing that entirely. But I can't I can't treat every 5 seconds like that, because then I'll never finish a fucking video. And oh my god, dude, the Overwatch video was just that the entire time, because
how the fuck you made that,
dude? That was, I've never been under more stress creating a video than I was with that, because I wanted it to be perfect, and staging shots and shit was just like, oh, it was terrible, and it was long, and
it came out great, but it looked like a painful process. Like knowing what it's like behind the fucking curtain.
Yeah, it was fucking painful. It took me like 2 months. Like it was fucked. But
I wish I was in the Overwatch video more like Louis was, but yeah, I just got a shout out at the end. I'm happy with that.
Yeah. Listen, man. The Mitchie Junkrat always has a special place in my heart. It just, you know, yeah. And I put the Junkrat in the video. You got the fucking Junkrat.
Yeah, that was the other thing I wanted to touch on. Was I think you might have got the same advice I did, with cuts, right? 6 to 8 seconds.
Yeah.
Per like footage, and I generally try and stick to that. I will like sit around there, but man, with these longer videos, I cheat. I'm like 20 seconds, easy.
I don't blame you, man. For an hour-long video, dude,
this video is 90 minutes long.
People are gonna be listening to that in the background. The chances of somebody sitting at their computer, watching intently, making sure that you've made a perfect match cut every 6 seconds, having footage that is like a direct example of what you're talking about on screen at all times, that's just not going to happen. Like, unless somebody's looking at it with the express intent of finding things wrong with it. Like, and that's not who you're making content for at the end of the day.
Yeah, because I started that video, like working on it, the edit, as a normal video. It's like I wish I still had the timeline, but the front end is just like fucking squished, like you can't even see cuts.
Yeah.
And then I was like, man, it's taking so long. Fuck this.
Yeah.
So I hit a point. I kept going until it was like a natural transition point. And I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna chuck anything in here that works.
Yeah.
That's like remotely close. It's like, oh, you're on a tangent about alien isolation. Cool, here's a trailer.
Yeah. And dude, being able to use trailers is awesome, because you just got like a couple minutes of already like well edited shit that is just cut in an exciting way. So I love using trailers for that very reason. It's so easy. Like for the intros, the introductions of videos, trailers are so fucking good. I love them.
Yeah, 100%. Or like, the like cinematic cutscene shit.
Oh yeah.
Ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah.
Oh, World of Long Plays is good. I yoink a lot of shit from World of Long Plays. And now Snowman's channel.
Yeah, I am so weird about that. I don't know what it is, but for some reason I struggle to want to use anything that isn't my own footage. Well, I think it's also because the stuff that I've been making is like on specific games. So it's like, well, I'm going to play that game anyways to kind of refresh myself on what I want to talk about. And I haven't really done a lot of videos that are like a whole bunch of different games featured in a video, like a kind of like an analysis piece. Like I would attribute the thing that I'm trying to describe is videos that you make on like a concept, like the language of video games, where you're featuring a bunch of different games. So I don't really
like 50 fucking games in that video, dude.
Yeah, like I wouldn't expect you to play all those fucking games just for that video. Like that would suck. Like, love video games, but like playing for footage, is another thing that's just like, especially when you only need like a
Yeah.
few seconds, it sucks.
And like the problem with that I found because I started to do it, I was like, I'm just gonna play through these, like smash through it.
Mm.
And I just wound up with like a fuck ton of footage that was all level one shit. And I was like, well, everyone's just gonna know. I just like this is all just
Yeah.
level one footage. Like,
That,
especially with
yeah, dude.
RPGs. It's
Yeah.
like everyone's gonna know this is like first level. The only like late game shit I had was World of Warcraft, and that was speaking more to my habits than anything
Mm-hmm.
else.
Yeah, I'm at the point
So
where I just want to record everything I play and shove it on hard drives just in case I want to use it later.
yeah, I've got a few externals
Mm-hmm.
full of shit. Unfortunately, I lost all my Pokemon footage.
Oh, that sucks.
So
Oh,
I am borrowing a lot of people's for this Pokemon video
nice, very nice, very nice.
with
Honestly,
permission, of course.
like honestly, I feel like in one way or another, we kind of touched on like everything that I kind of wanted to talk to you about, except for one thing.
Oh God.
You know what it is.
No, what is it? I forgot.
Oh, okay. I thought you did know. I thought you saying "Oh God" was you
So when
know.
you said accept, I was like, fuck, it's not a good one. Uh,
So I'm just gonna read off what I wrote down for maximum comedic effect. Here's
mm-hmm,
my question: what does it
mm-hmm.
feel like being a social Chad and drawing the attention of big names? He 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 he.
I remember this question. Fucking hell.
Tell us the story of Oni.
Oh my God. I don't even know how that happened. I think it was he just found it on Reddit. So for anyone that doesn't know, my first Star Fox video got a comment from the one and only plays the animator.
Christopher O'Neill.
It's there, little top comment. Fuck that guy now though. But like at the time, I was pretty excited about it because I really like Sleepy Cabin.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know how the fuck he saw it. It happened like a couple of hours after I posted the video on Reddit.
Hmm.
Um, that's not even the coolest comment I've ever gotten. I
I
hate that
know.
it always defaults to
I
Oni.
know. And there's
Have
another
you
one I'm thinking of.
Total
And
Biscuit?
yes, yeah, that was the other
Yeah,
one. I was.
that's the coolest thing that's ever happened to me in my life. Because I love Total. Like I grew up worshipping Total Biscuit in the StarCraft scene.
Hmm.
Like he was my fucking idol. Like him, Day Nine, and Huck were like, I was like, ah, these guys
Fucking
are
Huck,
gods.
dude. Dude, I'm
So
sorry.
seeing like
Go ahead.
TB comments on one of my videos, I like lost my fucking brain.
Yeah.
Um,
I loved him
and now,
too, Stone.
yeah,
Like,
fucking same.
yeah. Like I wasn't into StarCraft, but I think what I really loved about him was the co-optional podcast. Um, which was like their
Yeah,
podcast with Dodger and Jesse Cox, and I watched that like every week. Like it was,
that was one of my dreams was to be on the co-optional podcast with Total Biscuit.
dude,
That was like one of my goals.
same, fucking same. Like, oh man, ugh,
Yeah,
he's a legend, absolute legend.
damn, hell yeah. I didn't even know about that, Hal. That's sick.
Wow.
But yeah, to answer your question, I'm not.
Okay, this
I've
leads
just
into an actual question though,
Mhm.
and the actual question is, and I'll phrase it like this: what advice would you give to people that are trying to network in this space?
Okay. I got a very short answer, but I can elaborate.
Okay.
The short answer to this question, it's very easy. Don't be fucking weird.
Yep.
It sounds like I'm joking or like it should be obvious, but holy shit,
Hmm.
it is lost on like a lot of people. Um, but like, and that is a serious answer. But like to elaborate more, go
Oh
into it
yeah.
more.
I yeah.
Um,
I agree with you.
If you ever hit, like, if you want someone to watch your work, and I've done this a couple times, like, I got Danny O'Dwyer to watch my Tony Hawk's video because he was like tweeting about how much he liked Tony Hawk's. And I was like, hey, you might like this video I made. Um, that was it. I never spoke to him. I never followed up if he actually watched it or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a perfectly fine thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Is to send someone your work if it is like very relevant to what they're talking about.
That's the
Out of the
thing,
blue,
yeah.
a bit like weird. But I mean, my philosophy, and this has been my philosophy since before YouTube, it was generally while I was working in music, is that if you're making contacts before you're making friends, no one's ever going to take you seriously. No one's
Mm-hmm.
going to want to work with you. No one's going to give a shit about you. Like, if you are just making friends, that's way more valuable to anyone who makes content than someone who is obviously like trying to fucking climb up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just what I've always done. It's just like, if I've met like big YouTubers, I won't even tell them that I make videos. Like, I don't want them to know me under that banner of like, oh, he's just like another fucking small guy like trying to climb up, because that
Clout
is just the
chaser.
perception, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just like, I don't give a fuck about your clout. Like, you just seem like a cool person. You could never mention me publicly and I wouldn't give a fuck. Like,
I have to point this
yeah,
out. I have to point something
God,
out.
what?
They could drop the also don't bring a business card to a convention.
I know the story, and it can't be repeated, but it's fucking funny. Well, I know one specific story about one specific person that sucks,
I
and I
think,
don't
yeah,
want
I know who you're talking about.
that we can't name.
Yeah, he who shall not be named, for sure.
Hmm. But yeah, I've never had a business card in my life,
Yeah.
even like with labels and shit. And it's just like, if you want to work, like, here's my email.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God. Yeah, PAX sounds like a fucking nightmare, even though I want to go, but it does sound like a nightmare of those kinds of people. And yeah, like, if you want to go to parties and shit, just fucking turn up. See what happens, see if you can get in. I've done that before. I've
Yeah,
done
I
it a
think
lot.
that
Not
was
necessarily gaming stuff, but
yeah. I think, and I'm speaking on this from an outside perspective because I haven't been to any conventions. I really wish I did. There were some that I really wanted to go to, and it just like wasn't really in the cards for me. But what, Steve? What?
I think because you said you have been to conventions.
Oh, that I haven't been to a convention. Yeah, I was going to go to MagFest one year, and it just fell through. Um, Unfortunately, and hopefully once they like start back up again, like I would love to go. And I think the anxiety I had, which is why I missed out on stuff, is like those conventions like would sell out so fast, so far
Yeah,
in advance. Like
especially the
MagFest,
hotels.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You couldn't get a fucking hotel, like
Uh,
in, but
Now that we did fucking Milwaukee, just
we
like me, you
did,
and Jesse, like, in an
yeah.
Airbnb, and it was sick.
God, we should just talk.
So
We should just talk about how amazing that was.
yeah,
But yeah, I did have the
you might have to,
experience. It
yeah,
wasn't a con, but I had the experience of meeting online friends in person, and it was literally like the best vacation I've ever had.
yeah, it was so sick.
Yeah, it was fucking awesome, and I think that's why I wanted to do cons, like because I want to meet more people, like and like you said, like as far as like networking goes, like I don't know, I'm okay with the idea of like meeting new people. Like you said, like don't be weird. Like I'm not gonna
Yeah,
show up at a convention and be like trying to fucking get big YouTubers to fucking notice me or some shit. But you know, I think it would be cool to just end up in a situation where I'm at a party with people that I look up to. Like I think
yeah,
that'd be fun. And if it did happen, awesome. If it didn't, whatever. Yeah, just got a vibe. And
yeah. And
there was anxiety about that, like early on, because like people said that you needed to network to be successful. Like,
Okay, I was literally about to touch on that. I was about to
yeah,
say, don't think you can't network because you can.
yeah,
But I think like making friends is a form of networking. It's
mm-hmm.
just different. It's like less shit. It's like less gross. Because think about everyone I've had in my like collaboration videos is they're just my fucking friends.
Yeah,
Apart from two people that I hit up because in the Zelda video I just didn't want a bunch of dudes.
yeah,
And I couldn't think of like any women that I knew in the space. Apart from Maria, but I already had her in a video, so I didn't want to like double down on that.
uh-huh,
Um, who were also content creators. So I was like, fuck, I'm just gonna hit up some people. And it was like all good because I had already done a collaboration video, so I had an example to show people.
mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, like don't be afraid to network. Just don't be gross about it.
Yeah. Be respectful. Don't be weird. Don't try to
Hmm.
force it, I think, is like the main thing,
Oh
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think
Don't
the
bring a
most
business
important.
card.
Yeah, fuck. Don't if don't tell someone you're a YouTuber unless someone asks you.
That's a
I
good
think
point. Yeah.
it's like, do you make videos? And then you can be like, yeah, like whatever. Like I kind of fuck around. Like this is how I would answer it.
Mm-hmm.
Is if I was at like I don't know a Magfest party and no one knew who the fuck I was because why would they?
Mm-hmm.
And I would just be vibing. I would be just drinking. And if someone was like, "Oh, yo, like, do you make videos?" I'd be like, "Yeah, like, fuck around with it sometimes,
Mm-hmm.
stream sometimes." Even though like that's the majority of what I think about is making videos.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be like, "Yeah, man, like I'm trying to make it on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we should link up sometime." Just don't
Like,
do that.
I'm
Don't do that.
sure when, let's say, for example, you're at a convention and you end up at a party. There's big YouTubers there that you look up to.
Hmm.
Do you think those guys, and I'm not asking this, I'm being purely hypothetical. Do you think those guys really want to be talking about YouTube at the fucking party? They were literally
No.
just at the convention floor having people come up to them and take pictures with them and talk to them. Like, they want a break,
Yeah,
right? Like,
literally anything else they
yeah,
would want to be talking about.
yeah,
Um, I I get this. I get this all the time. Like when I'm outside, unless very specific situations, but I do not want to be talking about video games. I hate it. I fucking hate talking about video games with people in public. It's like
I
the
love
last
it.
thing I want to be doing because I think about it all the time, and I'm
Yeah.
just like, man, fuck this. Unless I bring it up, then it's fine because like I obviously just brought it up.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, I cop it a lot. Um, so yeah, I get it, and it's like if you if I finish playing a show, if Hal's still here, he might be able to relate to this because we are in a band together. Um, people are like, man, like how's the set? And you're just like, bro, I just finished.
Yeah.
I do not want to talk about that right now. Like, I have free beers waiting for me at the bar. You think I want to be talking to your ass about just what I just did?
Yeah, and it's hard because like that's your common ground. Like I
Yeah.
don't know, for me, I think, and granted, because I haven't really been in the situation, I find like I don't know, I'm not a party guy. I don't
Hmm.
like find myself going to parties and like really like I like talking to new people, especially random people. I've learned to love that. Just, but I'm not much of a like a conversation starter. But if somebody wants to talk to me, then I'll fucking continue a conversation. Um,
Yeah.
but like, I don't know. People like if I was in that situation and I was like at a party, like maybe if like something else, somebody was talking about something else, then I could like jump into that or like add to the conversation. But I don't know, like going up to like someone that you really respect, it may be hard to find something to talk about that
Mm.
isn't, hey, I really like your videos or whatever the fuck, you know?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't want to be like, don't do that because that's weird.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a weird line to walk.
Yeah. Oh
It's
yeah.
it's kind of hard. Like there was a couple of people I met at the New Zealand Game Developers Conference who was like, I was fans of their work, and I was
Hmm.
like, how the fuck do I talk to you? Because I met Grace Bruxner who made the Frog Detective games, which I'm like a huge fan of.
Oh
Like I made a fucking video about them.
yeah, I remember that.
She's from Australia.
Nice.
Um, and I was just like, how do I like tell you that I respect your work without it being weird and like the 100th time you've heard it today?
Hmm.
And what ended up happening is she was talking to a friend of mine because my friend was from Australia as well. And I had just talked to my friend and I was like, oh, hey, by the way, like big fan. And that was that.
Yeah.
Didn't keep talking to her
Hmm.
because we had no reason to. But yeah,
Yeah, and
I
I
think
guess. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
it's picking your opening,
Uh huh.
like finding the right time. Like if someone just looks like they're trying to chill out by themselves, just yeah, give them the nod. But you'd
Hmm.
be like,
I'm gonna try what Kat said. She said, "I think there's a lot of merit in just saying, hey, I'm blank,' and I
yep,
wish I could do that. Or not that I wish I could. I can, like, but like I said, I'm not much of a conversation starter, so I don't know. Like, I used to have a lot of social anxiety that has been kind of quelled, and one of the big things is like, well, first impression is like everything, and I don't want to just like make someone feel weird by like my introduction. Like, is it weird to just go up to some random person and be like, hey, I'm blank? Unless if you're at like a party, then it makes sense because you're there to fucking talk to people and shit.
yeah. This is purely in the context of a party.
Yeah.
Um, like because I despite the stories I've just been telling, I'm very fucking socially anxious. Like you will find me, as you might remember from the wedding, I will just be outside with a beer and a cigarette.
Yeah.
That is me at every fucking party that I ever go to,
Yeah.
because my like social barrier is cigarettes. So I'm
Hmm.
like, I can just be here. It's not weird for me to be by myself because I'm just having fucking smoke.
Good
But now I've
point.
quit smoking. I don't know what to do about that.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I don't know the answer for you.
Yeah,
Just say I wanted to come
um,
outside and look at the fucking nice starry night sky, dude.
it
Had to
did
get some
suck though
fresh
being
air.
outside at that wedding because it started raining, and I was like, "Fuck."
Yeah. Dude, I I don't know what it was. I was just like I was gone, dude. Guys,
Oh, we all were.
at this wedding, are we allowed to say whose wedding it was?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's public knowledge
Yeah.
that we've been.
Yeah, it is. So it was Raz's wedding, and like I was just like I hadn't been to a lot of weddings, and the weddings that I had been to were like not my friends. They're like family friend or like family. So it's and I was young, so it's like weddings are great to get fucked up at. Just get fucking. You have to drink to enjoy weddings, I think. Unless it's your wedding, then that's fine. But I made it my mission. I was like, I just need to get drunk and then I'll have fun. And I got drunk and then just started dancing like an absolute fucking idiot. And then
He did a lot.
and then the highlight of that was just being repeatedly thrown up into the air because I
You got thrown up a lot. Um, to be fair, like I know this is a tangent and like it's just our kind of thing, but we and like Jesse, if he's still here, but the three of us spent that whole week fucked. Like I think we
yeah
got drunk every night,
yeah
and like by the time the wedding came around, I was just like, oh, I don't want to keep drinking. But then booze was like being offered, and then it was open bar for beer and wine. And I met some people who found out I was from New Zealand and had traveled specifically for the wedding.
yeah.
And he like was like standing at the bar with me. And everyone that came up to get a free beer was like, yo, this guy like flew all the way from New
So
Zealand. So you
everybody's
should just
buying you
buy
drink.
him. Yeah, so among all the free piss that I was getting from the bar, I was getting like fucking bourbon and cokes, gin and tonics, like all this shit, and
Oh
I was
my
just like,
god.
and then I had to wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning to catch a fucking train.
Amazing.
So yeah, that was my American experience.
Yeah. And you did a lot of America. Because do you want to talk about that?
I mean, yeah, the whole reason I went to America was because of YouTube. I
Yeah.
wouldn't. I mean, I probably would have gone at some stage, but like specifically this reason, like I stayed
Hmm.
with and hung out with people that I met through YouTube.
Yeah.
Um,
A bunch of different people.
yeah, fuck, I did
You saw Snowman.
LA. Okay,
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
go in
Okay. You
order.
go in order. Yeah.
Only way I can like keep it in my
Yeah.
head.
Yeah.
Um, so in LA, the first people I hung out with were Nico Blakely and
Hmm.
Hamish Black,
Yeah.
the writing on Games boys. Um,
Does okay, so Nico
Nico's
lives
on the
in LA
Yeah,
or
so Nico lives in LA and Hamish lives in Scotland.
yeah. Okay.
But Hamish just happened to be there the same weekend as me because E3 was on and they were covering it
Oh my
for his channel and the
gosh.
podcast.
Yeah.
So that was sick. I was like so excited because I didn't think I would ever meet Hamish, but we
Hmm.
just happened to be in the same city at the same time. And then I met Jimmy Sunder and his wife Leah, stayed with him, which was amazing in Orange County. We had planned to go to so many shows and they all sold out before we bought tickets.
Oh, that sucks.
Um, Went to Vegas. Uh, didn't that wasn't through YouTube, just went to Vegas. Um, and then in Chicago, the first time I went to Chicago was just me.
You touched the bean.
Um, I did touch the bean. Real quick, I saw a map of like the worst tourist attractions by state, and someone said the bean, and I like audibly was like, "Get fucked." The bean rules. I love that shit. I went up Sears Tower as well, but the bean is sick.
I
Yeah,
should have
then we
touched the
went to
bean. I could have touched the bean, but I didn't leave the airport. I like flew into Chicago and didn't want to leave because I was scared I wouldn't find my way back.
the main airport in Chicago. I forgot what it's called, but
O'Hare?
there's two.
Is that
O'Hare.
O'Hare? Yeah.
Fuck that place. That place is worse than LAX.
Yeah, I didn't want to leave my like fucking zone or whatever the fuck it's called.
Fuck the hell maybe. That was,
Pet the bean.
yeah. My worst airport experience was in Chicago O'Hare.
Yeah.
Midtown. I think it's called Midtown or Midway or something. That airport was fine.
Hmm.
Yeah. Then I caught a train from Chicago to Milwaukee, where I got to see you, Raz, Jesse, and Joey.
Yes.
Um, and our friend Brian, who we played D&D with.
Hmm.
So, and then from there, I went to Seattle and met Shane, Lee, Snowman, Todd. I met a lot of people.
Yeah.
Jack, Zach. I'm gonna be missing someone. That would like Seattle was a lot. That was
Yeah.
a lot of people. And then when I went back from Seattle to LA, I met Mark B. Writing through Nico as well. I think Hamish was still in LA at the time as well, and I'd been gone for maybe I don't know. I can't
That
remember.
was
Can I
you were
say with
here
you?
for a while. Like it was
3 months. I made the
three.
whole three
Yeah.
months that I could legally stay without a visa.
Yeah.
Um, I I gave myself. Oh my God, this is the other story. This is the last fucking American story.
Okay.
But I specifically gave myself 1 week less. So I was like, I'm gonna go for 2 months and 3 weeks in case something goes wrong,
Oh yeah.
and I have a bit of wiggle room because a few things had gone wrong. I'd almost died through my tooth getting infected and the infection like reaching up here. Um, but Seattle to LA, I left my passport on the plane. Do you remember this?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I left my passport on the plane. I fell asleep. The flight was at 4 o'clock in the fucking morning.
Oh
It was
no.
like a 2 hour flight, 3 hour flight. And I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna have a nap. It was like a little shitty, like 2 seats on each side. It was like a tiny plane.
Yeah. Oh,
So
I
I,
love those, dude. Then there's no middle seat. You don't have to get stuck in
yeah.
the middle.
So the way I fly, and it's kind of different in America because you have like a different system. But I had my passport. Domestically, you don't need a passport here, so like this
Right.
was new to me.
Yeah.
Um, I had my passport and my boarding pass, and I always put them in one another. This is how
Mm-hmm.
I fly internationally and how I had to do it domestically in America.
Mm-hmm.
Front pocket in front of you, because I don't want to put it in my pockets and like bend my passport or like fuck up my boarding pass. I always put it in the seat in front of me, like that little pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Fell asleep. The lady next to me was like being real pissy. I can't remember why, but I was just like, "You need to chill out." Um, and then I was just like so confused that I had woken up and we had landed that I just got off the plane.
Oh no.
Um, so yeah, that was that, and my passport traveled more of America than I did because it went from LAX to Colorado and back before someone even noticed it was on the plane, which then made me paranoid, not paranoid, but like wary of planes because you would think they would clean them each time, like people fly on them. No one
You
found
said it
it
was in
until I
like
got
the
back.
front pocket?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
pocket that's right in front of you that you sit down on.
Yeah. I guess
And
they
I was like,
just
this
don't
motherfucker's
check
gonna
the.
clean this shit. Yeah. So, and I remember the realization. Leah had just picked me up from the airport, which is a long way, and I was very grateful. And I was like, can we please get Chipotle? Like, I'm fiending Chipotle. I'm leaving the country soon. I need Chipotle. And she was like turning out of LAX. And at that moment, I realized I didn't have my passport on me. And for some reason, my brain like fucking just went mental and was like, yo, Leah's driving on the wrong side of the road. Like, you don't have your passport. And I just like started, like, I had like a mini panic attack. I was like, Leah, like, what are you doing? Like, why are you driving so weird? She was driving fine. My brain was just like, we're in New Zealand. Like, like
Yeah.
the other side of the road.
Yeah.
Like, I remember that very vividly. And I was just like, fuck, I'm sorry. I just like had a freak out on you
Oh my
because
god.
I just don't have my passport.
Yeah.
And I'm going home in a couple days.
So how did that get resolved? Like it came back and they noticed, and did you just like were you able to pick it up?
I had to get a new ticket.
Uh-huh.
Um, I called LAX and they were like, "Yep, we have it. We're gonna send it back to you.
Okay.
It's like $40 to get it overnight shipping." And I was like, "Yeah, like I need that. Like I'll just give you the $40. Like ship it to me like now."
Mm-hmm.
It took 4 days to get to me. 2 days after my flight, so I had to get a new ticket home.
Yeah.
And oh, that was the other thing is if I went to the New Zealand embassy in Santa Monica, and they were like, "If you fly without a passport, it's $560." Which ended up by being cheaper than the new ticket, but I
Oh
was like, I'm
my.
not taking that risk. I
Yeah.
just bought like overnight shipping, so you can go fuck yourself. Like I'm
Fucking
good.
hell. God, that would
Yeah.
I would flip too if I was in that situation. Because you
Hmm.
just don't in that situation. You don't know if you're ever getting that shit back. Like it could end up
And it's
anywhere.
cool right here.
Hey. Oh man, what a
But
fucking
yeah,
time though. I wish I was
well, that was a
able to
good
spend
trip.
more time with you, but
Yeah, same.
it'll
Only a
come
week in
eventually.
Milwaukee.
It'll come again eventually. It'll happen. You have to
Hmm.
believe. Or maybe I'll come to your country because I
Yeah,
do want to do
everyone just
that.
comes
I
to New
want to
Zealand.
fucking do that so bad.
Everyone just needs to fucking come to New Zealand because it's way cooler.
Yeah, I just need a bunch of YouTube money, guys, so I can justify it, and then I'll go to New
Any
Zealand and we'll hang
primers in
out.
chat?
Any primers? I did get a couple primers today.
Hell yeah. Get some primers. Help see if it's in New Zealand.
Hell yeah. I never stream though, so Twitch will pay me out in like 3 months.
Yeah, if you come here, I can take you up all the volcanoes.
Dude, that sounds dangerous, but I'm down.
It's so fun. They're not
Dude,
active. They're dormant.
how come
But
your first offer wasn't to go to the Shire?
because there's a volcano like right next to my house that you can climb up.
Yeah, but like, I want to go in a hobbit hole.
That's 4 hours away. I can see it from my house, like right there. It takes like an hour.
I know. I was just trying to make you mad.
Yeah. I've been to fucking Hobbiton so many times they started letting me go for free because they knew I didn't want to be there.
Amazing.
Yeah, it got to the point where I was just like, because for context, I would take bands there. Every band that came through wanted to go to Hobbiton, and fuck
And
off, but
damn
sure.
right they did, because who doesn't want to go to fucking Hobbiton? I'm sorry.
My one good memory, we had just gone to okay, I love this story.
Okay.
This is so tangential. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Dude, I'm just vibing. We're vibing here.
I was traveling with this band called Bitter End, and they are from Texas, and they are big, like muscle, like fucking gym dudes. Like they're huge boys, right? And one of the guitarist fucking loves Lord of the Rings like more than life itself, right? So we went to Hobbiton, and then from there we had to drive down to Wellington. And on that drive, you go down a place called Desert Road, and you can see Mount Doom. Like you drive past Mount Doom on this drive, right? So I've done it like fucking hundreds of times. And this guy, we'd just gone from Hobbiton. He puts his headphones on, starts listening to the Lord of the Rings soundtrack, sees Mount Doom, and just weeps. This dude just like this like massive dude from Texas just like starts fucking bawling his eyes. He's not like ugly crying, but he's just like he's leaking.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't like Lord of the Rings, but like I appreciate this moment so much.
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. It was amazing. That was like such a sight to behold. It was so wholesome.
Yeah, I don't think I will cry at the sight of Bilbo Baggins' Hobbit hole, but I think it'll be fun. But I respect that guy. Oh, that would be fun too.
They used to be behind my house in Wellington.
Oh shit.
Like I would walk past it almost every day.
Mm-hmm.
They're hidden everywhere. Like the filming locations are just fucking everywhere in this country. Like
Yeah.
I know where most of them are. If it's in the North Island, I know where it is. If it's in the South Island, I don't really know where it is.
Okay, here's my question. Is there like any Game of Thrones spots in New Zealand? I don't know if there would be. I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't think Game of Thrones is filmed here, but for any, I don't know if this is your age range, but for anyone older who's seen that Tom Cruise movie, The Last Samurai, I know where that was filmed. I can take you there.
Yeah, I have not seen that.
I don't know if anyone's gonna get that. That movie sucks, but I know where it was filmed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we've been going for a little over 2 hours. I think it's probably around time to wrap it up. But before we do that, I just want to see if anybody in the chat has any questions about anything. We could take a few questions before we bounce out of here.
Uh-huh.
Also, chat, how are you doing?
What up, chat? What, me expecting to dunk on The Last Samurai? Of course. That movie sucks.
I have no comment. But I don't really like Tom Cruise, so I don't know if I would like it very much.
Fun to listen to. I'm glad.
Any new hot takes, Mitchell?
Oh, I've got some fucking corkers. I can give you my like current hot take at the moment.
Sure.
So, okay. Publishers and shit like that aside, I'm purely talking about video games here. Final Fantasy 14 fucking sucks, dude. I've tried. I put so much time into this. Like, I put a lot of time into it. And anyone who says, like, anyone who's left 14, like WoW to go to 14, is doing it because they want the easier game to play. Which is fine. That's fair enough. You can do that. I understand, but you can't tell me that 14 is harder than WoW. You cannot. It is impossible.
Is that what it is? The difficulty?
Oh yeah,
is that why people don't want to play WoW? I thought it was just because WoW's fucking boring now.
Fuck no.
I thought the content just sucks.
No, fuck no. The current raid tier in WoW is one of the best they've ever had. And it's hard. It's one of the hardest they've ever had too.
I'm out of my element here. I don't know. I don't know MMOs, guys. I'm gonna have to take your word for it. I mean,
it took three days and 250 pulls for the first team to kill the last boss.
Final Fantasy certainly feels like it's probably like an easier game for sure. Like there's no refuting that.
There is definitely space like for the easier pick up and play MMO. I think it's needed. Like it's a very respectable and understandable thing because WoW is very time consuming and it will ruin your life if you let it, and 14 will not.
Okay, let me know if I'm wrong about this, but the way I see this whole WoW exodus is WoW fans like have just gradually like soured on Blizzard and World of Warcraft, and it's like a game fatigue. It's like, well, WoW has sucked for so long that like I don't expect it to get any better, so I'll try something new, and that's Final Fantasy because that's the one big thing that is even comparable right now.
The thing is, especially with a lot of people moving from WoW to 14, is it's all new content for them. Like A Realm Reborn up to Shadowbringers, I think is the latest expansion. That's all new content. That's fucking months and months of new content for people. And WoW, the problem, so Blizzard sucks. Like, I just want to get that out of the way. Like, but you deal with any major publisher and even like a lot of indie studios, they suck. They're shitty environments, right? Just want to clear that up. But the problem with WoW outside of that is they have content droughts, and that's when people leave.
Blizzard and their content droughts, baby.
Yeah, and especially in a time of COVID, it's not now, obviously, because a new raid just came out in fucking WoW, but there was supposed to be a new expansion announced at BlizzCon this year, but it's not going to happen. So there's going to be a fucking content drought, and I think people are just expecting that.
It's really unfortunate. Like, I mean, COVID is very fucking unfortunate on its own, obviously, but it's like it kind of sucks that, like, you know, as a consequence of COVID, everybody's inside and just wants to play fucking video games and shit, but like the industry couldn't really supply that demand because they weren't able to work like as efficiently as before. Yeah, and that was just lucky. That was just a really lucky timing.
Yeah, I don't know. I hate talking about this, like COVID and shit, because I can't. I haven't dealt with it in so long that I don't know what it's like anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly been kind of out of my head for a little bit now, ever since I've been vaccinated. But in America, it's really weird. I feel like we're kind of still in a gray area because of the vaccine hesitancy. And there's a lot of people that are hesitant to take the vaccine, but they just think that because everybody else is taking it, that they're fine and they can just go outside and do whatever the fuck they want. COVID's gone. It was never here. It was a hoax, whatever. Everyone's vaccinated. Who cares? And it's like, I know in the state of Missouri, like within the last couple weeks or so, they've just been getting absolutely destroyed with COVID cases because it is one of the states that has the highest rate of vaccine hesitancy. It's still going. And like other countries are still getting fucked that don't have it on wraps, and like it sucks. And it's the Delta variant is just like fucking shit up because it's been on the decline in the States because of the vaccines, but like the Delta variant being so insanely contagious, it's just fucking people that aren't vaccinated. And it's like Dude, the vaccine hesitancy just pisses me off. I don't get it. But that's a
Can't
whole
relate
nother
because
thing.
we don't have it here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, we
Like,
do, but I can't get vaccinated till October.
yeah. The rollout has been slow for you guys, which is
We're the second
unfortunate.
slowest rollout in
Yeah.
the OECD, I think. Australia is the lowest.
Uh-huh. Damn.
Um, Australia is like 3% vaccinated.
Gosh.
Yeah, Australia's fucked.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you
But
guys have
yeah,
been good about keeping it under wraps, like regardless, so it just
yeah,
sucks
we've been
that
lucky.
yeah. I mean, I'm sure the fucking lockdown fatigue and shit, having to go through that again and again and again every once in a while just fucking sucks. But I don't know how necessarily how bad it's been like over the last like 6 months or so.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had a lockdown in ages.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember when the last one was.
Yeah.
I think start of the year, January, February,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like for 3 days.
Yeah. 3 days.
Um, yeah, it was like I was gonna stay inside the fucking that time anyway. Like I don't care.
Mm-hmm. Let's move to another
Uh,
question.
yeah.
Um, so Kat says for both of us, best and worst YouTube moments for you personally. So that's a pretty
Ooh,
broad question.
I'd have
Um,
to think.
I need to think about this too.
I mean, my best is like specifically on the platform of YouTube. My best moment was Total Biscuit.
Yeah.
Like that. That's never gonna be beaten.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like on my fourth video. Like I peaked very early
Yeah.
with my best moment. Um, it's worse though.
Okay, I'll let you think about that, and I'll say my best moment is obvious, and it is literally the Raz shout out. Holy crap. Like, the Raz shout out actually changed how I viewed YouTube in a significant way because and we talked about this a lot, like making content for the algorithm and shit. And what I realized when Raz's viewers fucking raided the shit out of my channel and showered me in fucking love is that there are amazing YouTube viewers that are so supportive and aren't like the shit commenters that you get that just find your fucking video because they're mad about something. Like,
Hmm.
for a long time, I just viewed YouTube viewers as just purely numbers because it seems like there was no soul to it. Like, you get a handful of comments that were very nice and supportive and understanding and like empathetic. And for me, they were always from other creators. Like, it wasn't like viewers that like expressed like a deep interest in like the creator that they wanted to support. Didn't have that at all for a long time until Raz's audience is just that. They're just like insanely fucking supportive and like interested in what you do and like always shattering my expectations. And that whole moment of just it wasn't even the numbers going up that really fucked me up. It was people coming on and saying this is one of the best things I've watched on YouTube, and I'm like, holy fuck, I would never expected to hear somebody say that in a YouTube comment. Literally
Yeah.
ever. I only ever expect people to criticize me or make shit like stupid jokes to like farm like likes to be a top comment or something like that. So
Yeah.
it completely like shattered my expectations. Um, do you have a
It's funny
worse?
you
Oh, go ahead.
had that experience because I like had a like mostly positive experience with Raz's audience coming in.
Mm-hmm.
But man, because we have such different content.
Mm-hmm.
There
My
were some people who are
content
not.
is definitely a lot closer to Raz, I think. Maybe.
Yeah,
I'm
and
like I'm
also
like
mine's very.
yeah, yours is controversial. I'm like Rasputin Jr. and you're
Yeah, I wasn't even
heavy
gonna say
eyed.
controversial. I was gonna say confrontational.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Like some of my videos are very confronting to people because they were fucking confronting to me to make.
Uh-huh.
So I got a lot of mean people in my comments from
Mm-hmm.
that. But I don't care.
Yeah.
Bad comments don't bother me. I think a lot of people think when I post like a shitty comment on Twitter that I'm like complaining about it.
Mm-hmm.
But like I genuinely just find that shit funny.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, this is funny, I want to share it. Like this is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
someone
I
was like, have
think
you got over being a pretentious twat recently? And I was like, fuck
I
no, I
love
haven't.
that. I loved that. Do you think it's like do you think like so you say comments don't bother you. I'll tell you something that bothers me is when somebody says something and there's like a kernel of truth that you don't want people to realize, or there's something that you're insecure about and then they point it out and you're like, fuck, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate that
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah. I get that. I get that a lot. Well, not a lot, but like I get it sometimes on my game length video because that was my first sponsored video, and I had to rush it because they give you a deadline. They're like, we need this by this date. And
Yeah.
the audio on that video sucks. So anytime someone points it out, I'm like, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Shit's
so
tough.
yeah, I agree with that too.
I'm thinking about this and I don't know if I really have a worst moment. Because I think
Yes.
the
On YouTube.
worst. Go ahead. What's that?
I was saying specifically on YouTube, I don't,
Yeah.
but there's been a couple people that I met that I wish I didn't.
Oh yeah. 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 There's definitely some of those. I think as far as the moments go, it's not really, there's not a whole lot of very specific instances of negativity, but it's just spread out over a long period of time, like disappointments and
Yeah.
like shit not going the way you expected, just little things building up. Like if I had to pick one
Yeah.
thing, it would probably be like on like the fucking like Stevo Hobo channel, like the when I made that Pokemon video. Like I had high
Oh, the showdown one?
expectations. Yeah. I had high
Yeah.
expectations for that because like I had gotten a few like videos like under my belt in like the kind of like what if format thing,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought that that could like be very explosive, and I thought my idea at the time was so awesome, and that I thought I executed it so well that it could have like popped off, and it just didn't. And
Yeah.
I mean the views were fine, like it wasn't like significantly worse than anything I put out. It just didn't blow up like I expected. And I think from that moment on, I saw Evan said, "How do y'all manage expectations when you release a video?"
I was gonna bring that question into what you were talking about.
Yeah, you don't set expectations. You set
Not
zero
anymore.
expectations. Yeah, I
Um,
it's easier if you just don't expect anything. Like if you set low expectations, it feels so much better when they're shattered in a positive way than failing to meet high expectations. Like,
yeah. I have a baseline for every video now.
mm-hmm,
I have mini milestones, I guess, for each video. And there's only one that I care about being met, and that's the first.
mm-hmm,
And within the first 24 hours of video being put out, I want 10% subscriber watch. It doesn't even have to be from subscribers. What I mean by that is like I have now uh 35,000 subscribers. If I put out a video, I want it to get at least within the first day 3.5k views.
mm-hmm,
And that's very attainable.
mm-hmm.
And that to me is a sign that my channel hasn't died yet. That's how I measure it in my head,
Good.
which is probably very bad, but
I mean,
and then hmm?
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, the next milestone is 10,000.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's a successful video.
Yeah.
If I hit 10k, I'm like, okay, that video was like successful.
Maybe I'm in like a honeymoon sort of period, but I think if my videos like don't like get a ton, like I don't think I have a video right now on Wizawhat that is like insanely popped off, and the only one that comes kind of close to that is the Mario video because of the Raz shout out, which is at like 20,000, which is like good, but it's not like it didn't hit the YouTube algorithm. Like I haven't had that yet. So I think I'm maybe so like in a honeymoon period of sorts where like if something doesn't really like pop off, I'm just like, it's fine. I just got to make more videos. Like, my focus is making more videos because I don't really care if a video pops off right now necessarily. I'd rather have a steady stream of like low views than like a pop off, because if something pops off, I don't feel like I have enough content on my channel, like in my library, to keep them on. Like, I want to build up to that. So in the steady stream of like supporters that really support you, I think is more valuable than YouTube algorithm pop off views anyways, just in general.
Well, I had the early pop off and I hated it. It fucking sucked because it was a video I made in a day because I was like I was like, this is cool, I'm going to talk about it. And it was about a thing that I'm never going to talk about again. I've never touched on pixel art since I made the pixel art video.
Yeah.
And that video is at almost 300,000 views. And it's like 200,000 above anything else I've ever done. So I got like a fucking lot of subscribers from that who probably have just never watched anything else I've ever done.
Yeah. Dude, that's a whole thing. Yeah. Like the early pop off is definitely dangerous. Like I had that too. Like fucking that was a huge contributing factor to like the downfall of my old channel, was because I had subscribers that were not watching or didn't care about anything I was putting out, because I didn't fucking care about making more videos about Metroid games. Like I like Metroid, but I've only played 2 games. Like there just wasn't anything for me to talk about. So it's a whole thing, and that's why I think setting expectations low is like super important, because even if you get a ton of growth, like I got a ton of traffic from Raz, even after that I set my expectations low, and I had like to give a specific example, my channel shot up from 400 subscribers to 8,000, and
Jesus. I didn't realize it was that big.
Yeah. I had 440 before that video went live. And so I was like, I'm going to put out a new video and hope that it crosses 1,000 views, which is like, I had 8,000 subs. Like, that's a pretty low bar to hit in that case. So, and it smashed through it, and then I got like the Overwatch video was the first one I put out after that, and like it got like 4,000 views, and it's like,
swinging.
Huh?
You came out swinging after that shout out.
I kind of. It's just like I think the quality was like came out swinging, but just like the volume of content hasn't been like exactly where I really want it to be, because I just want to make more. So I want to make more fucking videos. More is how I feel right now. So
I know that feeling.
Yeah.
I have,
and stuff gets in the way.
6 scripts written.
That's like
I want to get them all done.
That seems like it would be like a great feeling, but also frustrating having not been able to like get them out. Like when you
the only reason I did it is I had nothing else to do.
Yeah.
I didn't have a computer, so I was like, okay, I'm just gonna write.
Yeah.
But now my microphone issues are another problem that I need to push through.
Yeah. Here's another question from a while ago. Nick asked, what are some goals outside of YouTube or afterwards?
Oh, that's a good question.
Okay. I can talk if you want to think about it.
Yeah. You go.
I think the platform for me doesn't really matter, but I just want to have my voice heard and put something out there that helps people feel like they can feel vulnerable and how they can feel things without feeling judged for getting emotional or just feeling like dealing with like personal feelings and shit. And so for me, it just works that I can do that with YouTube and making videos, because it just kind of combines everything that I like to do. Like, I can play video games, I can create videos, and I can send a good message to people that people resonate with, and I can tell stories. It just all kind of lines up in that way. So I don't know necessarily what it could look like in the future, but I just want to like help people and guide people through and maybe help people through stuff that I felt like I didn't have help for, that I wish I did, and like help me make like better decisions, or like help me better understand like myself. So goals is to just make that happen. And if it's not on YouTube, it's in still like another creative space where I can do that pretty much.
I like that. That's way cooler than mine.
Oh, what's yours?
I have one specific. It's not even a goal because it's like hard to attain, but it's a dream, I guess. Is like the other way I would put it. Because like I have other goals that I'm trying to meet outside of YouTube, but specifically in this space, I want to make enough money that I can buy a big house, get all my friends to live in it for free, and then give them, give them, give them.
Hey, it wasn't me, baby. Let's go.
Give them the opportunity to use that house as a means to like pursue their like objectives. And like a good example of that that's happening right now that I'm watching is fucking Ludwig.
Yeah.
Like his house,
that's
and he
so
just started
awesome.
a podcast. So his two of his roommates could quit their jobs and do that full time instead.
I saw that. He said that. Dude, I like that podcast. I'm gonna keep listening to that.
The Yard's sick.
Yeah. Shouts to the Yard.
Yeah. But yeah, that's just what I want to do with this.
Yeah.
And that's my hardest to achieve goal in life. So it is also the one I'm putting the least stock into.
Yeah. Yeah. It's tough, but I mean, you never know. I mean, I love that. That's honestly like also kind of been a dream of just like not necessarily like being like in a content house, but like being able to just be around like friends that are creative, to just gas each other up. And
I would be in a content house. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah.
Fuck that. But a house of my friends who happen to make content.
Content hype beast house, dude.
Yeah. It's a very fine line, but they are different.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we both want to help others. Yeah. We're just cool like that, I guess.
What can I say?
I have another question. Des asked, do either of you have a favorite video you made?
Yes.
What is it?
Tony Hawk's is easily my favorite video that I've ever made.
Mm-hmm.
Like, unquestionably, I think that's the best thing I've ever done and probably will ever do.
Mm-hmm. Mine's hard because I think it could be any of these three, being Overwatch, Mario, and the Clint video. And maybe just because it's fresher in my mind, but like I really like the Clint video and I feel weird about it at the same time. Like, somebody told me that they asked him to watch it on stream, and he said that he didn't want to watch it because he feels it would be egotistical. That's what the person said, and I don't know if he meant that it would be egotistical for him to watch a video about himself on his stream, or me making a video about him is egotistical. I don't know.
Because I'm like, obviously you're a bigger Clint fan than I am, but I'm less attached to the situation than you are.
Uh-huh.
So I think knowing what he's like, he just wouldn't want to watch a video about himself.
That's what I think too. That's what I think too. But also, I'm very critical of myself.
He also is not a react guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only time he watches videos is for trailers of games that he will play.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So
that's a good point.
I don't think it's against your video. I think it's just he doesn't want to watch something about himself publicly.
Yeah. I think Yeah, I think it's probably my favorite video. I I think maybe it's because it's a little bit different. Because I've tried really hard to like incorporate something that I really like that I didn't think viewers of my channel would necessarily understand if I just said, this is my favorite Twitch streamer, this is why Clint is great, but I framed it in a way that people could understand that weren't familiar with him. So I was really proud about that. So I think that probably pushes it to be like one of my favorites.
It's a good video.
Thank you.
I just like Tony Hawk video because I get to talk about the two things that I love.
Yeah.
Is music and video games. Like,
Yeah.
and not just like music in general, like alternative music.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Is way less cool than
Mm-hmm. Um I think I saw another one. Doesn't from Stone, doesn't the way YouTube pushes content kind of shit on subscriber count? I rarely get recommended content from what I'm sub to.
Yeah.
Yes. You go first.
It's hard. I've just noticed this because when I didn't have a computer, my watch habits changed dramatically.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So now my general algorithm is like music because I listen to most of my music through YouTube and podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
When I didn't have that and I was just watching shit on like casting it to the TV, I was watching fucking everything I could because I was just so bored.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like I would watch stream highlights, I would watch fucking every critical video I could like find.
Yeah.
And also I should say I don't really watch that many video essays.
Well, the thing about that, I think
controversial.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But
No, it's fine.
I think and yeah, I mean, you're saying like I believe you. You probably don't watch that many video essays, but at the same time, there's not a lot of video essays to watch. Like there are, but there's not a constant stream of them coming out all the time like there is podcasts, music, like any like stream highlights. That shit's coming out every day. There's a Ludwig video in my sub box every day to watch. And if you click, the more videos that you click on, like the more you're going to get recommended that. Like for the longest time, okay, I am a big fan of Hassan Piker. I wasn't subscribed to any of his stuff on YouTube, but he has a bunch of channels that pop up that aren't even run by him, just clipping his stream. And they're all run by fans. And there was one that just kept popping up called Daily Dose of Hasanabi. And I would just click on that because it was there and I didn't want to subscribe to it because it was like, well, this isn't really what I wanted. Like, it feels weird. I'd rather just like watch videos like uploaded by Hassan's own channel on YouTube. But it just kept popping up. Like, because I would click and I think it's because there's so many fucking videos. That channel uploads a video every day at the very least. Sometimes multiple, because it's so easy to just clip stuff from somebody else and put it up on YouTube. And the more content you have, like the more likely that YouTube is going to recommend more of it. So you're like, even if you don't engage, even if you don't necessarily want to have certain styles of content like populate your recommended, like YouTube's just going to serve that to you anyways because it knows that like this is the kind of shit that people are watching every day, like instead of video essays, because video essays only come out every once in a while. They take time to produce.
So
that's a good point, Naveed.
Literally as Naveed said, I was going to say I don't really subscribe to channels. My subscription box is very small, right? Like I watch Ludwig, like Atriox stands, Critical every day. Not subscribe to them. Their shit just pops up when they drop it, right?
Yeah.
And like same with a few others. I literally only subscribe to channels of like people I want to support. it like help, boost them through whatever fucking algorithm there is on YouTube.
Yeah.
But like the majority, like the new Yard episode came out today on YouTube. I'm not subscribed to that channel, but I still got it
Mm-hmm.
on my homepage like an hour after it came out.
Yeah.
So my YouTube is just sort of determined by that, which I think is the same for a lot of people.
Yeah. I mean,
If
sorry, I think subs in general have just lost value over the years.
Yeah.
It's
From
moved.
what I've heard, they're trying to get rid of them.
Oh, really? Well, that's weird
Yeah.
because if you totally get rid of them, I think that is. I don't know.
Maybe subscribe. Yeah, I don't know. There's been like musings of YouTube getting rid of a few things, like the dislike button, which controversial take. I don't think they should get rid of it.
I don't think that's controversial. If you, at a surface level, it may seem controversial, but I think that shit is important because, if something is purely, like factually incorrect or just like really fucked up, then it tends to get dislike bombed. And, then you get a clear indication that, oh, maybe I should consider the credibility of this video when watching it, just off the bat.
And as a creator, I like the dislike button because if I've put out a shit video, I like to know about it.
Fair. Yeah.
Obviously, there's more nuance to it than that, and some people just get dislike bombed for no reason. But like big picture, I think it's a good thing. And yeah, I think they are trying to get rid of subscribers. I don't know how, but that's just what I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I don't really subscribe to that many channels. And that's the other thing I was gonna say. If I watch a video, I will either see it on Discord or on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
I will not find a video that I want to watch, like a video essay that I want to watch on YouTube.
Yeah,
Unless
that's
I
a good
saw it
point.
on Twitter like a week ago and was like, oh yeah, fuck, like I want to watch that video. I'll search it in then.
Mm-hmm.
But I will not watch a video like that from my homepage ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I definitely have different habits than you in regards to that. Like, because I just fucking refresh that shit all the time. I mean, honestly, I'm with you in that when it comes to video essays, I usually see it on Twitter more than I do on YouTube itself. But I actually do really like watching video essays, and I wish more video essays were in my recommended feed because sometimes if I'm feeling really desperate, dude, I'll just go onto the YouTube search and I'll be like, Donkey Kong Country video essay and just see what comes up.
No,
Yeah.
that's so grim.
Yeah.
I shit on it, but like I have found, because you can see like what people have searched to watch your videos.
Yeah.
I think people do that to watch my shit sometimes.
Yeah.
So like I can't on it, but like you don't know what the fuck you're gonna get. Like I just can't imagine watching a video that I don't know what it's gonna be like.
I like the idea of hopefully stumbling on someone that I didn't know about, but that is rare. Like,
Yeah, I used to do that on Reddit a lot.
mm-hmm.
Like the video communities on Reddit.
Mm-hmm.
I've found a few cool people that way, but
Yeah, that is
it's a big ocean.
Yes, especially our videos. Like, I don't know. So much stuff just gets buried on those bigger subreddits, which is just the nature of the beast. Yeah, Nick, I think like there is a demand, but I don't know that the demand is. It's hard to know when you're a creator. I think it's hard to know when you are a creator because your viewing habits are going to be biased in a differing. I think it's going to be more different. This is purely an assumption. I think viewing habits of video creators are a lot different than the typical viewer.
Oh yeah.
And I like to see stuff that I make too because I make it because I want to see more of it. But yeah. I don't know if it's I think there's a lot of factors at play that keep those kinds of videos from being recommended to a lot of people. One is maybe the volume of the content that is able to be produced regularly. The other is maybe the actual demand from regular viewers and all that.
I don't. Well, I do like watching video essays, but I don't generally like watching a lot of them because I feel like it will fuck with my style.
Yeah,
I'm
that's a real shit.
Influenced.
Yeah,
I'm super easy influenced, right? So like
Uh-huh.
if I see something that I like, I will be like, fuck, how can I like take that and make it my own?
yeah.
And I don't like watching a lot of video essays because I don't want to end up just like losing my identity to my own shitty habits.
I think I have a different way of looking at it than you, but ultimately come to the same conclusion. I don't want to really watch stuff on something I want to cover because I'm scared that I'm going to copy them afterwards.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
Yeah. Like that's one thing. I'm working on like a Donkey Kong Country video right now, and one of my anxieties with it is like that series of games has been covered to death, and I'm like, I know that I'm retreading ground that other people have already covered, and I have to be okay with it, but it's hard because I don't want to come off as like just a copycat. I don't really mind the idea of discussing the same thing that somebody else has discussed, but like coming to the same conclusion kind of sucks because
everyone's got a different perspective though.
Yeah. And I think my perspective is different enough that it's okay, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. And like Stone said, that's very common to reconsume content on the same subject.
Yeah.
It's like, when I finished Resident Evil 8, I was just like, fucking
watch every video you can. Yeah.
I need to watch all this
That's a good point. Yeah. The more the merrier, I suppose, unless it's like a direct rip-off.
Yeah. Fuck, I was going to say something about this, and then I completely forgot what it was. I mean, yeah, I'm fucking making a video about Pokemon, dude.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as fuck. It's 10 and a half pages.
Yeah.
It's a big one.
That's a big, beefy boy right there.
Yeah, but the way, I mean, I don't know what you're doing with Donkey Kong video, and I don't want to like make you leak. I just don't care about leaking. Is like I talk about my nephew playing Pokemon for the first time.
That's awesome.
He loved it. He was like Sword and Shield's like his favorite game ever. And everyone else is like, yo, this sucks. But he's got that innocent like 10-year-old view. No, he's 19, he's 8. So I don't know where I was going with that. I just forgot what I was gonna say.
If you watch someone else's video, do you also worry that their opinion might shift how you are thinking? Yeah. I don't know if that is necessarily my biggest anxiety, but it's definitely part of it.
I'm too stubborn to have my mind change on shit.
Yeah.
Like,
I think
if it's an opinion on the game, no shot.
I think I like hearing opposing arguments because one thing that I used to do in videos is just sling hot takes with little evidence to back how I felt. And and one thing that I like to do now is instead and also like if I knew about the opposing argument, I would ignore it and not consider like not even discuss it at all in the video. But now what I like to do is try to acknowledge criticism of a game that I like and still talk about it in the video and come to my own conclusion about it and be like, well, I understand that this game falls flat in this area, but I think like to a degree this proves my point even more, or like I can ignore that. Like personally, I can ignore that in the grand scheme of things because I like that it does this, and this, and stuff like that. So I think like, you know, when you acknowledge the opposing argument, like, I think that's valuable, and I think people appreciate that because it's not just this blind, like, fanboy-esque view of stuff and hot takes and all that.
It's a weird line to walk, because I think being overly positive is also like a bad thing.
Yeah.
Like, toxic positivity. Not that I'm saying fucking a positive game review is that, but it's a thing that exists. And also, to answer the question, I've never watched Scott the Woz video.
Oh.
I don't know what his content is like. I just know that he's everywhere.
Oh, did I miss that? Wait, where was that question?
Stone said, "Don't hate me. Scott the Woz does that, and it's hard for me to watch his content." I just don't know what he does. And
I see.
Yeah, to touch on like what you were saying, I was the same. Obviously, I think I had a reputation for being that guy. Less so in videos. I feel like I just did it more on Twitter in general.
Yeah, I think. Can I just say?
I still do.
Can I just say? I feel like if there is a hot take that frames a video, you'll like drop the hot take on Twitter, and then when you actually make the video about it, it's from a like more grounded perspective and not as just like based as fuck. Like,
yeah, Twitter. I saw a tweet the other day that was like, Twitter is just me talking to myself, and if you read it, that's on you. And I was like, fuck,
that's real.
That is me.
That's real as fuck.
I do, on that subject, I do shit on Gen2 a lot in this video. And I'm nervous about it.
I mean, it probably deserves it. But
Gen2.
I love the remix. I fucking love the remix so much. I don't know why. Like, I mean, I do know why. I know you're gonna shit on them. I don't know.
In a well-constructed way, instead of just being like, this shit sucks, like I did on Twitter. Because that was just free engagement. I can't. My hair is like pissing me off if you can't tell.
I can tell. I can tell. You're playing with it a lot. Oh, man. All right, well, do you want to keep talking? Or
I mean, I could do this all day.
Yeah, I could too.
We've had way longer conversations before.
I know, dude. That's the thing. Like, we've just been shooting the shit for the past. Like, I think at the beginning it was just like, okay, I've got questions. Let's do like the interview format for like the first like 30 minutes to an hour, and then after that it's just like, let's just shoot the shit.
This is almost just what our like normal fucking conversations look like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey Pine.
Hey Pine.
We even like do fucking video calls in servers.
Yeah.
Like this is very close to just what we do.
Yeah.
So I guess literally just vibing.
Well, maybe I need to do more of this.
Yeah, fuck yeah. I've been telling you, like, not specific. Why? There we go. Not specifically with me, but like telling you to do this shit more, because this is.
I know. It's not.
It's a good thing.
I love this format. I love just talking. I think what has stopped me from, because I know when we were talking about this idea, like before I did the Rob episode, we were talking about it, and you asked me how often I wanted to do it, and I was like, I feel like I could probably do like twice a month. And then I did one, and then I went back to work, and then didn't do anything. And it's been like over a month since that one.
Yeah.
And I definitely want to do more. I think like what has stopped me is just like kind of like a disillusionment with streaming lately. Like I was
feel that.
Yeah. I was talking to somebody about it the other day, and we were both like really down on streaming, and like they had their own reasons and I had mine, but we agreed on a lot of things. And I think for me, like, it just makes more sense to put my energy into YouTube right now than it is to stream, because one thing that's really exhausting about streaming is, we're moving into an era on Twitch where the advice used to be grind a game for hours and hours and hours and beat out everybody else with your dedication. But now it's create content, because Twitch has no discoverability. You have to create YouTube content on your Twitch stream to get people to discover you on YouTube and translate that to your Twitch. So with that in mind, I never viewed Twitch that way. Twitch to me was always just, you know, I'm going to hop on and play a game and talk to chat. I didn't really want to really make content on the stream. Yeah. It was supposed to be the foil to my YouTube, not like the other way around. And so, yeah, like, you know, it's hard to put a lot of effort into this platform when you don't really feel like it's going to have an impact on your success. Like, I could do the best stream ever that I've ever done, and only 5 people will ever see it, and it will never like have any impact on my success whatsoever because of Twitch. Unless and even if I did put it on YouTube, I don't know how to like market that successfully to be able to grow my stream. So, and I've been on Twitch for a while now. Like,
you were like the first person in our friend group to be like the first Twitch guy.
Yeah. Like 2017, like I had dabbled in it all the way from 2015 to 2017, where I decided to go really hard in it for a few months. And I was like, this platform is designed to burn people out that want to try to do it a certain way. Whereas YouTube, I think, is like a little more flexible. So it's hard to really like want to grind Twitch, because grinding Twitch doesn't really seem like it is very fruitful. And it seems more like a waste of time than grinding YouTube for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends on what you want to do. Like, if you're already doing like video content on YouTube, adding an extra load of content to that can fuck off. That's so much work.
Yeah.
Because I was the same. Like, I think me, you, and a couple others who I won't say, but all had the exact same approach to like when, like, over the last like year or so of streaming, of just like content. We're gonna make some content.
Yeah.
For YouTube, for Twitch. Like, I didn't even fucking stream games most of last year. I think I streamed Resident Evil 8, got drunk and played Star Fox 64 on my birthday, and like that was about it. Everything else was like tier lists, rankings, reactions, fucking all that shit. I never even turned it into YouTube content. I was just doing it.
Yeah.
But it worked. Like, I don't. It's so weird because I don't have that many Twitch followers, right? Like, I've got 4. I think I like literally cracked 400 last night. But I was like a 30, 40 viewer Andy, and I was like, oh shit, like this is growing. And I just burned out. I ran out of ideas quicker than I fucking ran out of YouTube ideas.
Yeah.
Like, it was fucking me up, and then it. On top of that, it was burning out my YouTube stuff, because I was like, man, like I gotta think of ideas for stream and YouTube now.
Yeah.
So now I think Twitch, I'm just gonna stream games, and if I'm just talking to myself, like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, dude. Like, it's weird. There's certain people where like when they do a stream and they chat. I mean, take this for example. I think my view count has been inflated as fuck for 2 reasons. I haven't streamed in a fucking month and a half, 2 months, whatever. 2, I've got you on, and people love you, so people want to see us talk to each other, because, you know, whatever, a lot of reasons.
I'm not famous, but sure, go on.
Well, I'm gonna gas you up anyways, because I think people love you. So, yeah, and like, you know, I think my shit is inflated as fuck. If I turned on a game, if I said, okay, bye, Mitch, and I started playing Super Mario 64, I think my view count would drop from 30 to 10. Like, it's weird how that works.
this is something I get a lot of, like, weird, not imposter syndrome, but like, because I am like a small streamer effectively, especially like even within the communities I surround myself in, I'm like one of the smaller streamers. So I feel weird bringing this up, but I watch people, and the best streams that they do is when they're just talking to people, like when they're just talking with chat, right?
Yeah.
Like, and I don't know how to bring that up. I'm like, how do I tell you that like your shit's popping right now because you're not playing a game?
Yeah.
Like it's such a weird conversation to have with someone, like especially if you don't know them well. Like if I was talking to you, I'd be like, yo,
Mm-hmm.
your stream's popping because you're not playing a game right now.
Yeah.
But with people like I don't really know that well, I will see it and they'll even be like, yo, this has been like a fun stream and I just talked to chat. And I'm like, yeah, it's because you just sat there and talked to chat. Like
Mm-hmm.
I've done that so many times and they're the best streams I've ever had. There hasn't even like been a pretext of a game coming, you know?
Yeah. I think maybe part of that is the anxiety that if I just show up with no plan, what happens if nobody shows up? Then it's
Hmm.
like, oh God, my plan was to turn on the stream and talk to chat. Um, Nobody shows up. Then I'm just sitting here talking to myself. At least if I'm playing a video game, talking to myself isn't as weird because like I'm playing a video game. Like
Yeah,
sitting there doing nothing, talking to yourself, that's weird as fuck.
true.
So
True. That's a good point.
so the game is the crutch. Like, and for me, I would never go live to just, and the people that watch me know I've never gone live just to chat. There is one time where I've gone live just to chat, and that was right after I got, or right recently when I quit my job, and like all I said on Twitter about it was, God, I really fucking hate this job. And then the next day I said, turned in my notice.
I remember this, yeah.
And I didn't say anything on Twitter after that. And I was like, I'm just going to go live and fucking talk about my situation. And I figured people would turn up because it was a unique situation. And yeah. But other than that, I have to have a game. And I think that's why I got into speedrunning because
Yeah.
there was
I mean,
always
that's
something to
fucking,
go to.
yeah. And speedrunning is just fucking hard and cool.
Yeah. But
Like I,
also,
I,
yeah.
hmm?
No, you
I
go
was gonna say
ahead.
I just like watching speedrunning streams. I always enjoyed that.
You like what, my streams or in
Yeah,
general?
your speedrunning
Oh,
streams specifically.
thank you. Thank you. Dude, yeah, it's hard. I think it's okay. For streamers, I think it's really, if you like somebody's stream when they're doing a specific thing, I think it's really important to tell them that because one thing that sucks as a streamer is when you're doing something like speedrunning a game and nobody's talking in chat, but they're enjoying the stream and you don't know because they're not talking. It's like, that's
Yeah,
fine. Like, honestly, if I just know that you're enjoying this and to keep going, then I'll keep going. Um, but to me, to me, and probably most streamers, no chat equals bad. No chat means I'm
yeah,
boring. Like,
yeah, yeah,
and so it's hard. Like, I think when you're doing just chatting, it's easier to get people to talk to you, and so it
yeah,
feels like they are the best streams. Whereas like a speed run, it's easier to just like vibe out and lurk and just have it in the background and enjoy it that way. But then
yeah.
there's like,
It's
yeah,
because like I'll watch your speedrun streams, but like I know you're concentrating, so I'm like, why am I going to talk right now?
yeah.
This man on the run of his life. If I distract him, I'm the asshole.
And secretly, I'm like, oh God, people are not talking even when I'm speedrunning. I'm fucking up. Oh, it's so, streaming is so
Yeah,
weird, dude. Streaming is so weird.
yeah. I that's why I don't know. I want to try just playing games and seeing what happens. Although I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
do this audio editing stream that I was supposed to do today, but
Mm-hmm.
the podcast I work for didn't record this week, so I didn't have an example editing.
Yeah.
that I want from.
I'm really excited about that, by the way, because I want to see your process for stuff and see if there's stuff that I can incorporate.
Very scuffed.
I mean, one thing I've realized is like, regardless of whether the process is scuffed, if it works, who fucking cares? Like,
Exactly.
yeah.
Naveed, I respect the shit out of that.
And Naveed, you had a really good idea, dude.
The E3
Like,
shit was great.
those streams were really good. And I think what was really smart about that, like, so for anyone that doesn't know, Naveed was streaming himself watching and reacting to every single Nintendo E3 press conference. And I think what was really smart about that is, like you said, you're trying to like get like you're coming back to streaming. So naturally, if you're coming back, like you're trying to like reacclimate yourself. And so you had multiple streams to kind of get comfortable, and you had like a lot of content to like fall back on like over the course of like a few weeks. Um I no, I wasn't there. I think I was busy for the birthday stream, but I saw the idea. The wheel sounds like a really fun idea.
Yeah. If I'm being honest, Naveed, I have spent a lot of time and thought thinking of how I can fucking rip off your E3 stream idea in a way that's like just not ripping it off.
Yeah, I mean,
like that idea is so fucking good.
Like React Andy content is fun and awesome, and like Naveed's idea was a very interesting idea because when you think about reacting to stuff on stream, it's usually, oh, this person just made a new video, let me react to it. Like, not let me dig into the archives of Nintendo's history and view every single one of their E3 conferences and try to observe a trend in them or learn new things or relive old memories. Like, I thought it was very unique in that way, so I really enjoyed them too.
React content is such a weird thing.
Yeah. Remember back in the day when YouTube, everyone looked down on React channels?
Yeah. I think, like,
dude,
this is crazy.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it's crazy that it took for streamers to do it live for it to become
exactly what I was going to say. Like, streamers do the fucking same and I'm guilty of this too. They do the exact, like, okay, back in the day, there was a difference. There was the Ethan Klein H3 reacts that were
commentary.
Yeah, commentary. It was creative. It was funny. There was jokes. There was effort put in. There was that, and then there was the I'm gonna react to this video, and it's literally just one cut, one recording of the video playing in the background, and I'm just watching it, and I'm just like, oh yeah. And then maybe there's like one moment where you react to something that's entertaining, and like, and everybody that did that got shit on, and then Twitch streamers started doing it, and they're literally doing the exact same thing that the people that got shit on YouTube got shit on for. Like, it's so weird. The Fine Bros! Oh my god!
Yeah, the Fine Bros.
That's a throwback.
Yeah. It's very dumb. But I think the difference is that, like, people obviously wanted that content back then as well that was uploaded to YouTube because people did watch it. It was, like, very popular. But now people want it more because you're, like, a chat will be like, watch this video. You have to watch this video. Like, I want my favorite fucking streamy person to watch my favorite video person.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whereas, like, it's, I don't know. It's very strange. And then there's like the live aspect of like talking to your chat rather than just like sitting there like.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
It's like evolved in a way that I think has made it more palatable to a wide audience rather than like a very specific audience. It does bother me though. Like, I'm not gonna lie, there are certain streamers who upload YouTube highlights and their video is literally them just reacting to a video.
Yeah.
And that's been happening more and more lately.
that's like a bubble that's gonna burst eventually.
That friends have made.
What's that? Wait, what?
There was one big streamer that did a react video to fucking Jarvid's Ocarina of Time
Oh.
video,
Uh-huh.
and like it's fine. They link it off and everything, but I'm like, yo, like you kind of
It's not very classy. It's not very classy. Like
no.
the example I think of is Hassan, like that he has like how I was talking about. He has all those clip channels that clip all his shit and put it up on YouTube.
Mhm.
On his own YouTube is like there's react stuff, but it's him reacting to like politics and like giving political commentary. It's not, oh, I'm gonna watch this video on fucking what's it called? Fucking, I can't think.
Are you talking about how Hassan just uploads him watching Channel 5 videos to his main channel?
Yes. Wait, does he do that on his main channel too? But oh, yeah.
But he's friends with Andrew.
Yeah.
Andrew is like cool with it, so it's a bit different, I think.
I feel like for the most part he doesn't do that a ton. It's usually like the political stuff. But like other like the clip channels will upload every single thing he watches. So one thing that happened was like the JCS stuff. I saw because we were like kind of talking about it in like the Discord. Like cuz Hassan loves the JCS videos and he won't put that up on his own YouTube. I don't think so, cuz like that's stealing someone else's content. But the clip channels put it up on YouTube and have him reacting to the JCS videos. So instead of actually watching them, I'm exposed to them through Hassan's clip channel, and then that's stealing views from JCS. And the JCS person actually got a little pissed off and was like, hey, can you stop watching my videos like on your stream? Like I like your reacts, but like he was also reacting to pay gated content, like Patreon exclusive content that somebody re-uploaded. And it was like, dude, like, come on, you're exposing like content that is supposed to be for my Patreon viewers to your entire audience. Like that, but he didn't know what he was doing. So it was fucked though.
That's a hard thing because like that's fucked up and that sucks for JCS. But also at the same time, like you're just like browsing YouTube, you just see a thing and you click it.
Yeah.
Like you don't know that it might be a re-upload, especially if you're not familiar with the content or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I get why. Like I can fully see both sides of that.
Mm-hmm.
Like playing out.
Yeah.
Also, Pine is right about.
I was gonna bring that up. Go ahead.
Critical mass of parasocial relationships. That's why reaction content's so popular.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because you're like, ooh, I'm sitting down with my favorite streamer, watching my favorite video.
I kind of want to talk about parasocial relationships. Like,
I've got opinions about this.
Yeah. I think I am a little annoyed with the conversation around them because hopefully we're annoyed about the same thing. But what I'm annoyed about is the creator perspective and no doubt there's a lot of problems that come with parasocial relationships. And if you don't understand what a parasocial relationship is, it's basically a lot of people like watching a streamer and thinking that they are friends with like said streamer. Like this is like at its like most like relationship. A one-way relationship is the best way to put it. Like in like the most raw like unrefined form, it's like you a viewer like thinks they know a streamer just by watching their stream instead of actually talking to them and getting to know them.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I think it's good that like creators are talking about it, and like, you know, the whole meme like Ludwig, I am not your friend. I think it's important to make that distinction because, you know, Nick says in chat, a one-sided relationship with a twisted dynamic of power. I think there's people that take advantage of it in a negative way and farm money and attention, and it really sucks for the people that get manipulated by that.
Mm-hmm.
But also at the same time, I think there's a lot of healthy parasocial relationships, and I don't think creators are really talking about that. Like, maybe I'm just like, you know, seeing the one thing that I don't like out of the bunch and hyper focusing on it. But like, for example, you know, I started this stream today, and I don't know if anybody remembers or was here at the beginning, but I said that I was feeling sad, but in a happy way. And the reason that is because I watched a video earlier and it fucked me up big time. And that video was Mitch Jones talking to Dr. K. And
that'd be hectic.
Yeah. So Dr. K is Healthy Gamer GG. He does a lot of content focused on, you know, helping gamers deal with like mental health issues, kind of like how to develop like good habits to like help their mental and stuff like that. And one thing that he does is talk to a lot of streamers about their problems, and it kind of breaks down the wall that a lot of people think, you know, oh, these streamers, they have it so good, like they make a ton of money just playing video games, they have the best lives. Dr. K really tore down that wall a lot, and I think it started with Wreckful.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, you got to see like in the big picture how this kind of shit can affect people in a negative way. And Mitch Jones is a streamer that has dealt with a lot of hardships in his life and has had a lot of spirals on and off the internet, and some of his worst moments have been captured on the internet and people have been able to witness them. And you know, he went on Dr. K the other day, and I watched the YouTube VOD today, and he talked about a lot of stuff that kind of was haunting him, and you know, but also good things like trying to let go of painful shit within. And I felt a connection to him in a very special way by watching that. And you know, I just kind of hope that, you know, he can understand that making himself vulnerable in that way actually helped me a lot. And it's the same thing goes for Wreckful and anybody else that I've connected with. Because in particular, I really connected with Wreckful's talks with Dr. K. I mean, I made a fucking video about it. And Mitch too. I've really connected with Mitch over his struggles and how he's like learning to deal with like a lot of the shit that he's going through.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to like cope with a lot of the trauma that he has through music, and I think that's really fucking awesome. And I just want him to know that I fucking care and like he's helped me, but I don't ever want him to think like, oh, I love you and you're my best friend or anything like that. I think the point I'm trying to make is that there's a healthy way to engage with it. And, you know, when I made the Clint video, in the grand scheme of things, I felt like it was a healthy uh a healthy like way of expressing how I felt about him and how his stream helped me. And it made it very clear at the very end that, you know, it's I'm not like I'm not desperate for like Clint's attention. Like I just want him to know if he ever sees this that he helped me. I don't It's fine if he doesn't want to stream anymore. I don't mind if he never wants to stream again. I just want him to know that he helped me and I appreciate him. And, you know, like I think what kind of pissed me off and really annoyed me was when you know, Atrioc reacted to that video on his stream and his reaction was fine. Like
Yeah.
he was expecting one thing and it wasn't exactly what he was expecting, but he was kind and like he didn't
pretty respectful about
he was pretty
respectful thing.
Yeah, he was pretty respectful, but the things that people in the chat were saying kind of got to me, and people were saying, "Oh, this guy's just farming sympathy points," or "parasocial much," and like thinking that it was like I desperately wanted Clint's attention and was doing whatever I could to get his attention or whatever. And that shit fucking like really sucked to feel because it's really hard to make yourself vulnerable in that way. And I just want to make it clear that I think it's okay to have this parasocial, I don't want to say parasocial relationship because it's not a relationship, because a relationship is a two-sided thing. For me, I would describe it as a connection, a parasocial appreciation.
Is the way of putting it.
Yeah. Because a connection is a two-way thing too. Or I can connect or relate to somebody putting themselves out there in a healthy way. And I don't think people are really understanding that that's okay as long as it's done responsibly. Like, and it's annoying me that the conversation has been overwhelmingly negative about it.
Well, that's the thing, right? So, like, parasocial relationships like a pretty new term.
Yeah.
And it only recently, like, Jesus Christ, I just dropped my phone. It only recently, like, started blowing up on the internet spaces is, like, this explanation for what the fuck, like, has been happening with some creators. And parasocial, in my mind, it's just a word for watching and engaging with someone on the internet or TV or radio or whatever the fuck.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily, it's not good, it's not bad. It is just the explanation of engaging with someone to a point where you know them a little bit. And that's just going to happen with whatever you fucking engage with online or in old media, even fucking print media. Like I remember reading opinion pieces in newsletters or newspapers, and you like get the personality and like the background of whoever the fuck was writing it that time, and you would like know the different writers, and it is just a part of life is having these parasocial connections. It's just what you do with that makes it a good or a bad thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Like parasocial is very neutral.
Mm-hmm.
It's just where it goes after that.
Yeah.
And yeah, like Naveed said, people need to understand boundaries. Fuck, I said that really Australian.
Yeah, you did.
People need to understand boundaries. Oi, fucking boundaries, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's where I stand with parasocial shit, and it pisses me off as well that like immediately it's bad. But I think that is the way any like online discourse goes. Is it's like thing is discovered, it's taken to the extreme, and now it's back in the middle again.
That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. People need to understand boundaries, and I think part of the reason why the conversation is negative is because in situations, similar to mine, where somebody is uh very moved, like emotionally, or feels like a deep appreciation or connection for someone, can often result in boundaries being crossed. And so
Yeah.
I get it. Like, it sucks. Um, and I get the like hesitation with kind of championing it. But I
Yeah.
just wish the conversation wasn't as like negative as it is right now. It's like the Clint video is like simultaneously one thing that I am like most proud of, but also embarrassed by in a way, because at least when I put out the other videos that were very personal and left me feeling very vulnerable, um, I wasn't really exposed to the negativity of the discourse that could surround it. But it wasn't really, there wasn't really a negativity for expressing how I felt about a game, or how my
Yeah.
experience in a game was made me feel vulnerable. But when it comes to like another person, then it's like a totally different story. And so it's
Yeah.
been a weird journey, kind of just like coming to grips with like how people may misinterpret what I'm saying, or like
Welcome.
judgment and shit. Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome to the people not understanding what the fuck you're trying to say.
Yeah. And
Well,
the like the Atrioc thing tilted me so much because, and like I don't hold like any ill will towards him over anything, but he stopped the video right when I was about to say, "Look, like I'm okay with Clint never streaming again. I just want him to know that I appreciate what he did for me, and that's it." And the
yeah.
viewers didn't get to see that, and it was kind of tilting because, you know, like they come away with the judgment of being like, this guy's kind of weird, but you don't get to see like the whole picture, which kind of sucks.
Yeah. Fair enough. You want to? Yeah. Eyes
Yeah.
on your shit is scary.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Sometimes it's sick as fuck. And other times it's just like, oh my God. But like specifically talking to Pine, like I've seen some of the replies you get on Twitter, so I understand where you're at with that.
Mm-hmm.
I
I
I
think
would just
I think maybe it
be so
comes. I'm less familiar with Pine's situation, but I think it might tie into the idea that I prefer a smaller audience that is more understanding and dedicated than one that's large and potentially full of people that I don't want in it.
yeah.
Like that's a scary thing to think about.
I I mean, I've got a like there's a few different communities that I think everyone has, right? Like you've got whatever your like core creative communities, whether it's like Twitch or YouTube or like whatever. And then you've got like the people from your main thing who are like dedicated enough to follow you on Twitter or Instagram or like whatever social media you are prominent on.
Mm-hmm.
And then even further than that, we've got our fucking Discord communities. There's like so many layers to a community.
Mm-hmm.
And I am very blessed that I have a really good fucking Discord community.
Yeah.
I would be fucking horrified if I had like a shitty one. I would just burn it if I
Yeah.
had shitters. But
Yeah, because that's
I've had
like, I was just gonna say that's the platform where you really like probably get the best idea for how your audience actually is as
yeah,
people like in Discord.
yeah. I'm not gonna like name anything, but like there have been people that have like come out in my Discord and I'm like, holy fuck. Like this is
Damn,
dope. Like
that's awesome.
that like I've facilitated a community where people are comfortable doing that. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah,
I'm very lucky to have like a cool community.
yeah, that's fucking sick.
Um, yeah, obviously not gonna fucking go into details of that,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
um, so like I think you can it in order to have a community like that, you have to, like you said, be a slow build.
mm-hmm.
If you get too big too fast, it might get a bit away from you.
Yeah, which is kind of counterintuitive because, or not counterintuitive, but like maybe YouTube, or just like the way, uh, you know, internet content goes. Like, if you're not it's, hey baby, it all comes down to capitalism, baby. If you ain't growing, you're fucking failing, baby. So it's like,
if you're not first, you're last.
Yep, pretty much. And if you're not growing on YouTube, YouTube says, fuck you. We're not going to show your videos to the people that want to watch them.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, if you ain't growing, you ain't showing. God damn it. But yeah, community's dope. I'm very lucky and thankful for community I've cultivated, grown, attracted. I don't know. How do you say that?
Attracted, I think, is a good word.
Yeah.
Fostered.
Fostered's good.
Yeah.
Because I'm very like, I think it helps too. I'm very outspoken. Like about my political and like social ideology. I think if I wasn't, it would be a very different story.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because then the shitters unfollow you, and it's fine because.
Yeah.
Who needs them?
Okay, so I almost had that situation. Like, the first big shout out I ever got was from Joseph Anderson, which I'm very thankful for. Love Joe. Joe's a great guy. His community can be a bit iffy though.
Yeah.
They were the very first people to like leave when I started getting more political on my videos. And they made it known. They were like, we came here, or like I came here from Joseph Anderson, and I can't believe, you were a creator like this and shit like that. And I'm like, why'd you have to tell me where you came from? Like, if anything, if I like told Joe about this interaction, he would like fucking hate you, not me.
Yeah.
Like I'm friends with him, not you. It's very good.
I wonder how he would feel about that. I don't follow him super closely, so I don't really know, but I imagine...
Yeah. He's got so much more important shit going on in his life. He's got 4 kids.
Yeah.
He gives a shit about.
Yeah. As I imagine, he's probably pretty hands-off about that kind of thing, which is probably why that audience has like found his way into his audience, because it's not like he's actively trying to curate it.
Yeah.
Which I don't blame him for. Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's just the nature of content creation is sometimes you just don't talk about things.
Yeah.
And it just depends on, and like some people just like don't want to or don't feel educated. I'm not saying Joe isn't either one of those things, but it's just depending on the person. I'm not fucking educated in politics. I just like screaming about them.
Yeah, same. I like to think I've crafted a worldview that I believe in within the last year or so, or a couple years.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm not going to get into it, but I've watched the growth of Steve Hobo, and I've been very happy with it.
Yeah, because, there was a time where I was like, wasn't really leaning towards one side or the other, but just seeing stuff that I was like annoyed by, and then being influenced, or rather manipulated, to think a certain way. Yeah. And
all the bullying paid off that I gave you.
Yeah, it did. I mean, this might sound bad, but I think if we want to get a little bit political, I think part of the reason why like leftist politics have struggled online is because there hasn't really been a good way of like gosh, how do I describe this? Okay, I'm gonna try to describe this in a different way.
Go on.
There was a point on the internet relatively recently where all you saw was like, okay, here's what I'll say. I think leftist activists were behind the curve when it came to communicating to people on the internet, and conservatives and reactionaries were ahead of the curve. And for a while, it was just the stuff that I connected with as far as political is stuff that I can consume on the internet and coming from someone that I think I can trust. And, you know, at least in America, like, Americans don't trust the media. So, like, everything you see in the media is taken from with a grain of salt from both sides. And, like, for me, like, and I felt that way. Like, I felt like I didn't really trust or connect or care about what the media was saying. And the only thing that I saw on YouTube was reactionary right-wing stuff. I'm not even going to name names because I don't want to be linked to them in that way. But that's what I saw. And they were criticizing things that I thought was an accurate depiction of, like, things that annoyed me, but it was manipulative and misinformed, and not even that it was misinformed, it was just straight up manipulative of situations. And, like, it hasn't been until recently that there's been, like, strong I think, like, people in, like, the leftist, like, community that are good at communicating with fucking gamers on the internet. Like, so I think, like, the thing that I thought would sound a little stupid is or not stupid, but, like, maybe, like, not great, is that it's kind of almost become cool to be a leftist where it wasn't really before. And I think that kind of helps people, like, find what I believe is the right side.
Yeah. I have my own problems with that, but that is like that's like fucking level 10 shit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to get into that now because that'll be like a whole fucking day of explaining why I think it's bad.
Yeah.
But
Like I said, I think there's problems with it too.
yeah.
And there's bad faith actors and shit like that is involved with that, and it's a whole thing, like you said.
Yeah. As Stone said, like American leftism is like New Zealand fucking far right conservative.
Yeah.
Because like I maintain that Bernie Sanders, as his platform was in 2019 when he was preparing for the election, I think that's when it was, between whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
He would be on the right wing of New Zealand politics. And in that state. I don't think he as a person is, but also, as was said, right wing content is super inflammatory, which is true. It's also much easier to lie and quicker to lie than it is to tell the truth. Because telling the truth is hard. You have to, like, back it up.
And boring.
It's so boring.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. Like, some of the biggest leftist content creators are so boring. Like Sam Cedar.
Yeah, that's exactly who I was thinking of.
So good, but fuck me, it is like the most, like, it is the most fucking just straight down the line, like, this is the news and this is what it is, and there's no flair, there's no bells and whistles, you just have it.
Yeah.
Yeah. H-bomb is important. Sean was doing like a lot of really quick and like cool content for leftism, but now he like does really long fucking videos that take him like 6 months to make, so it's like a lot harder. There's a lot of good leftist content creators out there. There's just, I think you need that range of content creators. You need people who are very obviously left-leaning, don't really touch into politics, but they will like talk, like, I don't know, just, I don't know how to explain this without like going into a fucking big thing, but they will just be like, I don't know, there's a non-binary character in a game, right? And you don't even bring it up, you're just like they. And I think from that to then all the way to like people who talk about like shit like deep politics, you need that whole range of spectrum of content creators.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you don't have a pipeline, basically.
Yeah, that's the thing. The right has a pipeline, and
Yeah.
it's bad.
There's no, and the leftist pipeline is full of psyops who are here to like dog whistle and take people out of it.
Yeah,
But that's, oh my God, why can't I talk?
we've been
That's
talking
just
too long, dude.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. So that's
Politics, man. I'm just happy that I am in the place that I am now and not what I was before.
yeah.
Not that I think I was ever in a place where I was like particularly like hateful or anything, but just manipulated.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah, that was a big boy.
Yeah.
That was a fucking
Didn't expect to go
one.
there, honestly.
Neither. I didn't expect this to go that long either.
Yeah. I like that, Stone. I like that. I think that's the thing that had me so drawn to the Discord and the Skype calls back in the day. Like, the conversations were more interesting than a lot of things that I had with online or not with IRL friends, just because on Discord, maybe it's less likely, but I feel like there's not really as much like small talk or like catch up.
Yeah.
Because you're so readily available to other people. It's like, well, I talked to you like 2 days ago and now I'm talking to you again, instead of like, oh, I hung out with you one weekend, I'm not going to see you for 2 more weeks or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like,
If I'm,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, if I'm like messaging someone that I'm like good friends with, I probably won't even say hello.
Yeah.
I just get fucking into it.
Yeah.
Like,
It's like you see something that you know this person is interested in, and it's just like, yo, I do that with Raz sometime. I'm like, or he'll message me about some Twitch thing, and he's like, yo, you saw this, right? And I was like, yeah. And then we just start talking about it.
I will just like start a conversation without hello. I'll just be like,
Yeah.
oi, like, here is my point.
Yeah.
Take it. I'm not gonna like waste time with fucking niceties when we're already friends.
How long before you hear the birds chirping? It's just, well, it's
I saw that and I was gonna make a joke and like open my curtains because it's like middle of the day.
yeah.
Like, holy fuck.
Oh God. Thankfully, it is not past my bedtime, which is usually 12:30 now. Huh?
I was gonna say, I was trying to calculate the time where you are right now.
It's 11:54 right now.
It's only 3:54 here.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys were here for this. This is awesome. I'm sorry, Cody. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, Cody. Fucking Eastern Standard Time. People.
I just leaked. I forgot my Discord. I don't think anybody could see anything, but that's fine. I got added in a server.
The screenshot that you sent me of the setup.
I did.
How dare you?
Whoopsie.
Hopefully you didn't leak me saying I need to take a shit while you're like starting up.
I don't think I did. Potentially I did, but now you just leaked it yourself, so you can't be mad at me, even if it did happen. Wow, that's some huge feet pics.
You leaked my fucking size 13 feet.
I'll tell you what was leaked. I have a Discord server with people from work that we are going to play Overwatch in, and we literally haven't used it a single time. And so somebody added in there and said, when are we playing Overwatch? And that's what I wanted to see.
I've got a whole fucking folder on Discord of like real life Discords where people are like, let's try this out. And I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm
Yeah.
going through this again.
Yeah, dude. There's something weird about Discord with IRLs.
Yeah.
Like,
Just message me on Facebook like a normal fucking person.
yeah. No, I don't know. Another thing I find funny, I find it weird interacting with IRLs online. Like, I remember back in the day when we made that one server, and I wanted to add my IRL friend to it, and we added him, and he just never like participated in anything.
Yeah.
And but like we had our own server where we would just talk, and it was just like whatever. It's just like sometimes it's hard to fucking blend those together. Even though my friend that I'm thinking of, he literally does like all the same shit that I do. He spends a lot of time online, and he fucking has his own online friends, the same as we're friends. But like our conversations are like not like that at all.
Yeah. I have a few friends, like real life friends, who aren't in the like space that message me on Discord, and it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But it's when they make a server and invite me, and I'm like, fuck, I have to go through this shit again. Do you know how many of these fucking things I'm in?
Yeah.
And if I leave, I'm an asshole. So I'm stuck here.
Ah, dude, yeah. I mean, shit, I just fucking leave, honestly. If I'm not, my soft rule is if I haven't looked at that server for over a month, it's just like, why am I in here? I'm just gonna fucking leave. Or I put it into a folder called inactives. I have a folder called actives, and then one that's inactives, and then most of them happen to be in the inactives folder.
All my folders. So like I've got my servers, and I've got one folder of Twitch streamers who is literally just there so I can open up when I get a notification, see who's live.
Yeah.
And then all my inactive ones.
Mm-hmm. Shit I don't use. I love that.
Yep. And I look at the like real life ones, and someone still hasn't talked, and it's been like 6 months.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's so real. And then you just end up making a new server instead of using the old one.
Fuck.
It's tilting, isn't it?
I felt that. No, we just have fucking Instagram group messages now. It's so much easier.
Yeah. I do
Facebook
like Snapchat group message.
We have the group. We have the Snapchat group chat. Holy fuck! And I don't think anyone's used it in like 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
It's like me, you, Cyril, and a few others.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that one.
That one. Yeah.
That one used to be so active, and then just one day everyone's using it.
Yeah, and then like I think everyone realized that they don't fucking use Snapchat besides that. Fuck trash. Yeah, that's what it is.
Fuck trash. Yeah.
Fucking. I think everyone realized that they don't use fucking Snapchat, so they're just like fucking. That was what I did. I deleted Snapchat off my phone for a while, and then my fucking IRL normie friends told me to fucking get Snapchat again. So I was like, all right, fine.
Yeah. The only reason I have it is for like IRL.
Good night, Cody. Thanks for chilling, dude.
Yeah, social media is pain. I have so many. Like, there's too many. I have too many fucking apps on my phone.
Yeah.
If I could just, okay, I'm bringing it back to this.
Okay.
If everyone could just get an iPhone, and I can.
Because you get folders on your. Oh, never mind. I thought you were going a different way.
iMessage, and it's free.
Mm-hmm.
And I can do everything you can do on every other messaging platform, but it's free. Mm-hmm. International.
Yeah, nah, we'll just stick to Discord, bro. Sorry.
Yeah. That's how I talk fucking Maria.
Mm-hmm.
As we just like iMessage because I hate like using Discord and shit to talk to people, but it's like the only option I have.
Yeah.
And I will occasionally send Raz a text just to annoy him.
Oh yeah, the classic fucking text Raz while he's on stream.
That's when I do it. He's like using his phone to fucking prop something up, and I'm like,
Yeah.
don't make it fuck this up.
Dude, you know what I've been thinking a lot about lately
What's
is
that?
how much I fucking hate that I love social media. I'm so fucking addicted to social media. It's disgusting and it's ruining me. Like Twitter,
Yeah.
Reddit, YouTube, Twitch, like especially Twitter and Reddit, they just fuck me. Like I literally just scroll and refresh constantly and I hate it. I'm trying to figure out, like, it's actually like bad. Like it's actually like a problem for me because
Yeah.
it keeps me from doing stuff that I want to do. Because
There's extensions you can get that will stop that.
yeah, you're gonna need to send me some of those because I'm trying to figure out what to do. Like one thing that I did was log out of Twitter and Reddit on my computer, and that's helped a ton because I will, let's say I'm writing a script, and I will get like a writer's block, and the first thing that I do when I get a writer's block is like, fuck it, I'll open Twitter, and then I get stuck into Twitter, and so now at the very least, I can open the Twitter in the browser and see that I'm not logged in. And then it reminds me, oh, I logged out of this because I don't want to do this. So I'll just close it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm on Twitter a lot. I use it quite a bit. But the only other thing I really use is fucking Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like Twitter for my online friends and Instagram for my real life friends.
Uh-huh.
Like I just use those a lot. I fucking hate Reddit more than anything else on the internet. I think that is like the fucking dregs of society.
It's poison,
Can be
dude.
found on reddit.com.
Yeah. I
Uh,
mean, yeah, it's pretty
so
bad. I'm addicted to LSF and I hate it. But I also love LSF because it's so funny and it's such good content every day. And it's so easy. It's so fucking easy. It's like instead of scrolling through TikTok, I can just scroll through LSF and just watch 60-second clips on fucking Reddit. And
yeah.
they happen to often be very toxic and drama filled, but I love viewing the drama. I'm an addict.
The only time I go on Reddit is if something's popping off on LSF and I'm like, fuck, I need to see what this is about.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is always awful and I always hate it.
It's always
and then I'm
awful.
like fucking 50 clips from the same 10 minutes of a stream.
Yep. That was literally yesterday.
Piecing this shit together.
Yeah, dude, yesterday fucking H3 had on XQC and Trainwrecks to debate like the ethics of gambling on Twitch, and it was a fucking train wreck. It was an absolute train wreck.
That sounds awful.
It was awful, but it was so funny too. Holy crap. There's one clip that is so hilarious because like that's the thing on Twitch is online gambling. There's streamers that are like participating in online gambling and it's really shady, really fucking shady. And there's this one website that some of them use called Stake. And Ethan looked up like the address that is like listed on their website, and it's like literally some like shed in like Curacao, which is I think is like some like Caribbean nation or something. God, I may be speaking very ignorantly right now, but like offshore, like unregulated. Right by Venezuela. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and it's like this is the online casino. Like the picture is so funny. And he was like, this is where your money's going, and it's all crypto and it's very shady. But the whole exposing I thought was very funny.
I need to watch that. I want to see like some of the clips. But watching Trainwrecks go from like streaming in a room that's like mine, getting super into these gambling websites, and now he's in a fucking giant apartment under the water. Like,
my God.
He's like if you built a Sims house and just like extended it all the way across the map. Like that's how big his fucking house is now.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
it's
dude.
insane.
Yeah.
I mean, they've talked about it. Like you get about like $32,000 an hour or some shit from these websites.
Yeah, he was saying exactly how much he made. He said they give him $1 million per month to promote their site. But he was also trying to claim that he's like, it's okay because he's actually losing money because he's gambling so much of it.
He's gambling the house's money. It's not his money.
Yeah, it is a
Anyway,
whole lot.
I think it's a hard conversation because like if someone offered me $1 million a month to fucking play blackjack on Twitch, I would do it.
Yeah.
Like I would be like, fuck, $1 million a month? Are you kidding?
Mm-hmm.
Do it for
Yeah.
3 months. I'm fucking dead.
Yeah. Like it's fucked up. But like, and I think what makes it even more fucked up is the people that are taking advantage of it are people that are already set for life because they've been
Yeah,
streamers and they've been the biggest streamers on the platform for years. So like, you
yeah,
don't need this money. Like,
yeah.
you clearly don't need this. Like, why are you completely selling out when you already have boatloads of money that you don't even do anything with? All you do is
Yeah.
fucking sit on the computer all day and stream. What the fuck you need more money for? Like, what?
I don't understand XQC's life because he streams 19 hours a day
Yeah.
and earns millions of dollars.
And wants
And I don't
more?
know what.
Like, I don't know. Like, the gambling, I guess, was good content, except it wasn't. But, like, that's the rationale behind it. Like, my viewers like it, so I'll keep doing it.
Yeah, I like watching gambling. I like gambling. I like
Mm-hmm.
watching gambling. I like participating in it, but I don't think it's good Twitch content.
Yeah. I personally
I just
don't
like,
see the appeal in it.
yeah,
I'm
I
not
just
a
fucking love the casino.
Yeah. I'm not a poker guy. And then if I'm not a poker guy, then it pretty much comes down to slots. And
Mm-hmm.
slots
Oh,
are
slots
fun.
sucks. Oh,
I like because I'm not a poker guy. Like I'll just play. I'll be like because I'll like if I ever go to the casino, like okay, I got $100. I'll fucking put them in the slot machines and see what happens. If I lose it, it's fine. I'm not gonna put any more or like any less, whatever. Like
mm,
and just see if I win, and it's kind of fun. But like
yeah,
doing it like repeatedly for
yeah.
hours
I
and
feel like
hours and hours is
what?
like
I'll fucking yeah. No, if you're talking about playing that shit, like I'll hit the pokies like no one's business,
mm-hmm,
which is what we call slot machines.
mm-hmm,
We call them the pokies. Um, like when I was in Vegas, I threw $50 into a fucking. I saw a Simpsons pokey machine, so I was like, "Yo, I gotta put money into this. It's a
mm-hmm.
fucking Simpsons pokey machine," and I got
Yeah.
$280 out of it.
Hey, yeah.
I was
That's
like,
what's up.
"I'm done. Just
Yeah.
fucking rip it out." But I like. I'm definitely not above it.
Mm-hmm.
But watching it because they were playing slots on stream, and that shit is boring.
Yeah.
Watching someone play fucking slots is like the most fucking boring shit you could imagine.
Yeah. I mean,
And
it's
yet,
fucking online slots. That's even more boring. Like,
yeah, that's what Train was doing for ages.
yeah.
Poker, I understand. Like poker's like a game.
Mm-hmm.
It just happens to be worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
Poker's like there's tact. I like playing poker. Like Texas Hold'em is a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
I like playing blackjack, but it's weird. It's a weird thing to watch.
Yeah. 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 Well, gambling. I don't. I don't. I don't vibe well with it. Like I said, I'm not a poker guy, so I'd rather just have all of it not be on Twitch. Like,
Yeah, Twitch has gone through some shit recently
yeah, dude.
in terms of what's being shown on it.
Yeah, like it's like I wish they would just like take a hard stance on stuff. Like that's what's the weirdest thing. Like
How much money? They
why are
can't.
yeah. I saw a good tweet. It was from like this guy, like, like Some Ordinary Gamers or something, Mudahar. Have you heard of that guy?
Oh yeah.
He has been doing a lot of like exposing of like the crypto like pump and dump shit, like with Face
Oh
Clan.
yeah. Yeah.
And he made a tweet and he was like, why the fuck are we talking about women showing their tits on stream being a problem when like grown men are peddling gambling to children? Like,
Yep. Yep.
it's so weird. And then the Twitch like takes action against like women that are just like, working within the realms of what has been allowed for so long, and then suddenly get hit with bans and demonetization, but gambling can just sit there and like be fine and have no attention whatsoever from Twitch itself.
Yeah. It's because American conservatism fucking hates women.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's just, yeah. That's something I've always found weird about watching America from afar. I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, you guys hate sex and like sexuality a lot. Like a lot.
Yeah, I don't really know why. I mean, maybe it's because like the country is like founded on like Christian ideals or something, and it's just
Oh,
like,
so this one.
yeah, I don't know, dude. I really don't know. I'm just trying to guess because it's
Yeah.
just weird.
You motherfuckers took Christianity too far.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, have you heard of like the Westboro Baptist Church?
I had a t-shirt. It was Fred Phelps, the founder of the Westboro Baptist Church.
Yeah.
After he died, this band Touche Amore put out a t-shirt that said, "We love to see you dead in the ground." So I have that. I have that t-shirt.
Woo! God damn, that's hot.
I mean, it's fucking Fred Phelps. Like, who cares?
Yeah,
about
I know.
him?
I know.
Don't care about your feelings, cunt.
Yeah, dude, that is the first time I was exposed to that was like opening a whole fucking can of worms. And I think that kind of shit like is what kind of pushed me away from religion too. Like,
yeah, I agree with
just seeing
atheist.
Yeah. I identify as like agnostic, which is like, I guess I believe in a higher power, but I don't like want to follow any organized religion just because I find it to be like super like hypocritical and really destructive in a lot of ways.
That's fair.
I think there's good.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say I think there's good things about religion and it helps people, but it's like there's so many things that are so fucked up about it.
Yeah. So I will preface this by saying some of my best friends are Christian and religious, but the biggest value religion has is community.
Exactly.
But we've moved past that. Like,
Yeah.
we have so many better ways for community. I was also like raised to be non-religious,
Mm-hmm.
and I identified as atheist for so long, but now I hate that word and that identity.
Mm-hmm.
So I identify as agnostic, even though I am like all my beliefs are just like whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's like atheist, but I just hate calling myself an atheist because fuck that.
Yeah.
Everyone in that fucking clique, like, circle sucks so hard. Not everyone, obviously, but like it got ruined by Reddit.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think the conversation has kind of died down a little bit regarding like atheism being like
Yeah.
a fucking Reddit hive mind or something.
Yeah.
But it definitely was like that where what?
We've moved past the let Epic own Christians.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Oh god, you got me thinking about fucking old vintage internet memes, dude.
I had like that shit gives me a visceral reaction because as like a 17, 18-year-old, I used to like love and identify with it.
Yeah.
And then like a couple years later, I was like, wait a minute.
Oh man. Whew. I think I'm gonna call it because it's actually like getting close to when I would like normally go to bed. So
Yeah, fair. I'm feeling tired too. My voice is like shot.
yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking we would probably go for like 2 hours, and we went for 4.
I was thinking 2.5. But shout out to the real ones that stuck around.
I know, right?
Ramble.
Yeah, dude. Fucking hell. Like, I'm surprised people have, like, this many people have been here for this entire stream. It's really awesome.
Just how the vibe go.
Yeah. So,
an hour on content creation and the rest of the time just us talking like we normally fucking.
Yep. Good VOD. Maria was like, I'm not gonna be able to make it. Is there gonna be a VOD? And then little does she know, it's just gonna be us shooting the shit for 4 hours.
Fuck. R.I.P. to anyone who wants to watch this back.
Dude, that's the thing. Like, I like the idea of having a podcast, but it is hard. Like, it's yeah, we did do it, and like I think that's why I'm a little hesitant to try to like start up my own and like be regular with it, because it was a challenge to get all of us together to do it regularly, and I don't know. I think I like the idea more of a one-on-one conversation than like a group thing, because in a group thing there's just like a lot of time where somebody may be left out of a conversation and just not talking at all. But yeah, like as far as like a one-on-one thing, I think it's probably easier to like have multiple like people rotate in than like be like really dedicated to it.
Yeah.
So I kind of like, I think
more focused. We definitely weren't focused today.
Yeah. But that's fine. I mean, people like this even if it's not focused. So fucking,
it was fun. I had a great time.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I'll definitely do more. I know I said that last time and I didn't do it for a month, but I definitely will do more. And I think I'm going to continue to try to get a mixture of people on here. So hopefully next time I'll have somebody on that I'm not super familiar with, and I can get to know somebody new. But until then, Mitchie.
Gotta be from New Zealand.
From New Zealand? They gotta be from New Zealand?
Keep the streak alive.
Hey, Nick, you trying to come on? No. I know Nick. If I think talking to Nick would be fun, because like I've known Nick for a while, but I don't know if we've had a ton of like one-on-one conversations. So anyways, fucking, I'm getting off track again. Mitchie, I just wanted to deeply thank you for coming on and having a great conversation with me, as always. It was a lot of fun.
Thanks for having me. Letting me talk shit for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, you're welcome. I appreciate you. And is there anything that you want to like say before you go? Like, are you got plans to do the audio stream soon, or anything like that?
I'm gonna do that my Monday, Northern Hemisphere Sunday.
Okay.
Other than that, nah. I don't really have anything I want to plug.
Okay.
I mean, hey, it says it there.
Yeah.
Who I am, what I do.
In very big letters.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
I just want to appreciate everyone that hung out with us tonight.
Yeah. I appreciate everyone here. It was awesome. And I got a Twitch achievement, guys. talk a little. Y'all ever get Twitch achievements? Get 20 people chatting at the same time to unlock additional VIP badges. Let's fucking go. I don't know what that means, but we got additional VIP badges. Let's fucking go. Cat Jam.
More. Yeah, let me do some Pepe days.
Pepe D. Here, wait. We'll play us out with some fucking River of Life. Not Mac Powell. I don't know who that is. There we go. Pepe D. Don't forget to split. All right, everybody. I'm going offline, and I'll see you in the next stream sometime soon. Good night, everybody. Thanks for chilling. Really appreciate it. Bye-bye.